Chapter 1367. Peng peng peng. Lute retracted his wings and landed on the windowsill. He raised his hand and knocked on the bottom glass of the window. A small face soon appeared behind the foggy glass. It was clearly a little girl. She looked no more than 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing an exaggeratedly large hood. Under the hood were silver bangs and slender eyebrows. Under the eyebrows were a pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak. A faint layer of light floated above the silver pupils. She was wearing a pair of glasses on the bridge of her nose. The round frame of the glasses had a slit on the left side of the glass lens. Her face was a little red. When she saw the little fairy outside the window, her face quickly showed a happy look. She quickly opened the window bolt and let the little fairy fly in. "Are you okay, Mr. Lute? Did you find my sister? Was she caught by the sheep's head cult? Is she okay?" The little girl waited for Lute to fly into the room and immediately closed the window. She couldn't wait to ask a lot of questions. "I'm sorry, Lotus. The security in the square is too tight. I can't get there. I don't know if your sister is there." Lute flew straight to a desk. There was a thick layer of dust on the desk. There was a place on the desk that was wiped clean. He sat there and answered. Lotus's face suddenly turned pale. She leaned against the chair helplessly and said, "You still haven't found my sister." Lute glanced at her and comforted her. "You don't have to worry too much. Those guys haven't started their living sacrifice ceremony yet. If your sister really fell into their hands, she should be safe for the time being. Damn it, if only this was Erwin. I know a very powerful guy there. He can definitely help us. Mr. Lute, you don't have to worry. My sister and I spent some time in Aween with my mother when we were young. We will definitely find a way to help you find your way home." Lotus finally calmed down after hearing Lute's words. She even comforted him in a crisp voice. "I've said many times that it's not my home. My home is in the scorching river. It was originally connected to the shallow sea and the storm-stop mountain, but now it should have been thrown into the void. It's not so simple to go back." Lute shook his head, "But I do have to go to Erwin to find that person and see if he has returned to his homeland. After rescuing your sister, we'll go to Erwin together. Anyway, you don't have any relatives here." Lotus nodded. She was looking forward to the future described by the little sprite. She replied sincerely, "Thank you very much for staying to help us, Mr. Lute." The little sprite was not polite. He stayed to help the little girl purely because he felt sorry for her. When he first met Lotus, she was being chased by the sheephead cult. Later, he learned that Lotus wanted to rescue her sister, so she was discovered near the square. According to Lotus's description, she and her sister were on their way to the land of eternal death when they were ambushed by a group of cultists. Her sister pushed her into a ditch by the side of the road in a moment of crisis, and that was how they managed to escape. However, when she woke up, the two sisters were already separated. Later, she heard that the sheephead cult was attacking everywhere to prepare for a living sacrifice 2 months later. She speculated that her sister might have fallen into the hands of the sheephead cult, so she came to Hardland. However, although Lotus was young, she was very smart and had a sweet tongue. In fact, she took a detour to Port Ovich in the northern part of the Dead Moon Inland Sea. From there, she took a free boat to Hardland. The boat was actually a merchant ship that ran a fixed route between Hardland and the northern part of the Dead Moon Inland Sea. On the ship, she met a priest of the Dead Moon Temple who was also the ship's doctor. The doctor sympathized with her and brought her to Hardland. He wanted to help her find her sister. But Lotus knew that the captain and crew of the ship did not have much influence in the upper echelons of Hardland. In order not to get them into trouble, she quietly left a note and went ashore. The crew went ashore to look for her for a while, but in the end, they found nothing. Outsiders could only stay in Hardland for a limited time. In the end, the crew had no choice but to return. Perhaps they hoped that the little girl and her sister would have a good ending. Not long after that, Lotus met Lute in the process of looking for her sister. In fact, it was the sprite who saved her life. Lute was very sympathetic to the little girl, and after knowing that she and her sister came to Madara from Erewhon, he was even more determined to help her rescue her sister. Then, the three of them went to Erewhon to find Brando. In fact, he had wasted too much time in the wilderness since he was thrown into this place from outside the elemental barrier. Although he had a good understanding of the human world, it was all knowledge from books. He had never come to the prime material plane before. Once he was in the wilderness, all the methods he knew to identify directions were useless. He could not understand the maps he stole from the bandits and merchants. He had taken a detour all the way to Hardland. He had thought that it was a port in the Dark Star Sea and planned to take a boat from here to White Mountain or Silver Bay controlled by the Wind Elves. From there, he would take a boat to Erewhon. But he did not expect to run into the Dead Moon Inland Sea. He had originally landed on the east side of the Undead Sequence, which was very close to the Dark Star coast. He did not expect to walk further and further in the past 2 months. This discovery made Lute very depressed. For the first time, he doubted his ability to find his way. Therefore, if he did not want to walk in circles in Madara forever, the half-elf sisters might be his only savior. The fairies were often superstitious about the guidance of the stars. Lute believed that it was the stars that led Lotus to him that night. Other than her sister, Lotus had no other relatives. Although she remembered living with her mother for a period of time when she was young, they were still living in Erewhon, a place called Lantern Island. Not long after, their mother left them in a local monastery. Before leaving, their mother left a large sum of money to the monastery's dean and them. She also told them that if they wanted to find her in the future, they could go to Madara in the south. But before that, they had to have the ability to protect themselves first. According to the tradition of the Silver Elves, they had to be adults before they had the right to travel. But not long after their mother left, the monastery's dean, greedy for the money that belonged to them, found a way to drive them out of the monastery. Lotus and her sister only carefully kept one of their mother's relics. She had a beautiful necklace pendant, while her sister had a cloak. After that, the two of them wandered around Manowar and Bragg's, struggling to survive. About 10 years ago, her sister managed to get a sum of money. Then, the two sisters left Erewhon and came to Madara together. But it was easier said than done to find a specific person in the vast kingdom of the Dead Moon. Moreover, it had been nearly half a century since their mother left them. Whether their mother was still alive was still a question. Otherwise, how could she bear to leave the two sisters in Erewhon and not care about them? After wandering around Madara for a few years, the two sisters went to most of the northern parts of the Dead Moon Inland Sea. This time, they wanted to go to the Land of Eternity to find their mother's whereabouts. They heard that there was a woman called White among the Night of the Queen of the Dead, and the name White was one of their mother's aliases. But they didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the way. Lute agreed with Lotus's experience. Although he had his own people and relatives, fairies were born without parents. Most of the time, they were driven by their own curiosity to wander around. Some fairies even came to the main plane, such as Miss Tada's sister Rose. Although Lute had never been to the prime material plane, he had traveled to most places outside of the elemental domain before meeting Brando. The two were silent for a moment. During this time, Lute drank some honey to fill his stomach. He stole it from a kitchen. Of course, it wasn't stealing for fairies, because they didn't have the concept of money. In their view, everything in the world was natural, and there was no such thing as a master. In fact, other than his sword, which was as important as his life as a swordsman, he would not hesitate to take out everything he had if there was another person who needed it more. Of course, in reality, most fairies were poor people who were born empty-handed and lived their lives without any worries. Lotus also ate a few biscuits, but she ate very little, although most of them were stolen by Lute. However, the little girl treasured all food. Only those who had experienced hunger would understand the value of food. She wanted to let her sister have a taste of these exquisite biscuits after she was rescued. "I thought about it," Lute said vaguely as he sucked the honey on his fingertips. "We should do this. I heard that humans like to go to a place called a bar. We can go there and ask for some information. Maybe we can find some useful information." "We?" Yes. Lu Te nodded. I'm too conspicuous here. You have to be the one to gather information. When the time comes, I'll hide in your hood. You just have to listen to my commands. You can't go wrong. Okay. Lotus's eyes lit up. If it wasn't for the fact that the little mink strictly forbade her from leaving this place every time she went out, she wouldn't have wanted to stay in this empty abandoned house by herself. Besides, in her opinion, although the little minx was very powerful, he wasn't very reliable. It had been half a month, and this was the first time she thought of asking for information. She didn't know if the fairy was too muddle-headed or not familiar with the way the human world worked. Chapter 1368. Let me say this first, you have to listen to my instructions. Lute reminded her again. The little girl nodded quickly. Then where are we going, Mr. Lute? Don't worry, I've already scouted the area. There's a bar called Purple Dendrobium near the square. It's very close to the square, so I'm sure we can find out a lot of information. But Mr. Lute, the Lord of Hardlands, Lord Danuk, has already issued a ban on alcohol. Before the ritual starts, those bars won't be open, right? Lute was stunned. There's such a thing? Ren nodded solemnly. Then what should we do? Do those despicable humans like to go anywhere else other than bars? The residents of this city are all believers of the sheep-headed demon, Akentu. They don't have to drink, but they have to attend the secret gathering. I know a place that I've been there before. Every Friday, the believers of Akentu will gather there. They will pray at the gathering and exchange some information. Friday, isn't that today? Yes, it's only 5 in the afternoon. Akentu's name is the Burning Dusk, and the demons worship the Dusk Dragon. Therefore, the secret gathering of its believers is usually held at 6 in the afternoon and lasts until 8 in the evening. If we go now, we can still make it in time. Ren spoke with confidence as if she was very familiar with these things, even though she had only been in Hardlands for a week or two. Then what are we waiting for? Lute said loudly. Go, change into the sheep-headed demon's clothes, and we'll leave immediately. The little girl smiled and nodded happily. Secret gathering? Brando, Huanghua, and Mr. Lu were walking on one of the streets of Hardlands. Magadal and Delphian were standing together, curiously admiring the architecture and customs of the northern part of the Dead Moon Inland Sea. Fang Qi was alone at the back of the group, looking at the sheep-headed demon's believers who were dressed like them from the corner of his eyes. After hearing Delphian's words, Huanghua turned around and asked curiously. The Prime Minister's daughter nodded her head. Her gaze swept across the sheep-head disciples who were hurrying towards a certain direction on the street. The secret gathering is a specific ritual of the sheep-head cult. The sheep-head cult is a follower of the Lord of Purgatory, Akentu. As a follower of a demon, the secret gathering is an essential and important ritual. Just like the meditation and daily prayers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, as long as one is a devout believer, they will participate. The devil's believers are generally fanatics and will not be absent. However, Akentu only requires its believers to hold a ceremony once a week, during which it will bestow power to its most trusted servant. This day is chosen on Friday because Friday is the day when the power of the moons is the strongest. On this day, the moonlight will cover the power of Martha, and Akentu's name is Burning Dusk, so the ceremony usually starts at 6 in the evening. Isn't it now? Huanghua looked at the sheep-head disciples and understood. So, they are. Delphian nodded and looked at Brando. Brando was frowning. He was not Huanghua, and he did not know much about the traditions and rules of some of the cultists in Wonde. With the experience of his previous life, he knew the roots of these rats living under the world of order. What Delphian said was just the tip of the iceberg of Akentu's secret church. What made him feel a little troubled was that they were unlucky and happened to run into a secret gathering point of Akentu's believers nearby. If possible, Brando did not want to waste time here, but the problem was that they were now dressed as sheep-head disciples. If they did not go, they might arouse suspicion. Then do we have to participate? Huanghua asked again. I'm afraid we have to go, otherwise it will be too conspicuous, Delphian said. Besides, the secret gathering of Akentu's believers is also a channel for them to exchange information with each other. Brando nodded. It seemed that he could only hope that they could get some useful information at this secret gathering. Mr. Liu and Princess Magadol did not have any objections. In the case of majority rule, Fang Qi knew that it was useless even if he had any objections, so he just shrugged and followed. They were originally dressed as sheephead disciples, and at this moment, they were walking in the direction of the believers. Although they had a child, Huang Hua, it did not look too eye-catching. After all, Hadran was a city where the sheepshead believers lived. It was normal for a family of 3 to believe in Akentu, so there was nothing noteworthy about the secret gathering where the believers went with their whole family. In fact, Brando saw several short figures, some walking with adults, and some even walking alone. There was even a little girl who almost bumped into him because she was walking with her head down. She quickly raised her head and apologized to him. Brando saw that the little girl was wearing a pair of glasses and had a gentle look. He could not help but feel that it was a pity that such a nice little girl was poisoned by the cult. However, he was a little surprised that a sheephead disciple was so polite. Most of the sheephead disciples they met along the way were vulgar and low-class people who had not received any education and lived in poverty. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily bewitched. But it was precisely because of this that Brando felt even more pity in his heart. The hatred for the sheephead disciples in his heart was inexplicably stronger. If he had the chance, he would definitely not let this kind of cancer continue to spread on this land. But what Brando did not know was that the little girl who was bewitched by the cult was so scared that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. As she hurried forward, she kept looking back in the direction of the sheephead disciple that she almost bumped into earlier, as if she was afraid that the other party would suddenly run up and pull her out of the crowd. I told you to be more careful. Lute hid in the little girl's hood and sat on her shoulder, complaining discontentedly. Fortunately, I didn't attract that guy's attention, but strange, why do I feel that his voice is so familiar? Lotus stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and whispered, I'm sorry, I was too nervous. However, she had a very different view of the crisis from before. What scared her half to death wasn't the fact that she almost ran into the cultist head-on. Although the followers of Akentu were fierce and aggressive, at this important time, they would not easily cause trouble. This was like saying that the followers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire would not fight with other members on the way to prayer and meditation. If they destroyed the gathering and angered Akentu, they would end up in a miserable state that could not be easily described by the word death. But what really made Lotus uneasy was her small mistake. When she bumped into the other party, she subconsciously blurted out an apology. When did the followers of Akentu become so timid and easy to talk to? Fortunately, the other party did not seem to notice this. Instead, he said to her very gently, It's okay, be careful next time. This sentence made Lotus's heart pound because she understood that among the believers present, the real threat to her and Mr. Lute was not the vulgar low-level believers. It was the highly educated, meticulous high-ranking clergy and even the devil's inspectors. If those people found out that she was pretending to be a believer, she would be skinned even if she did not die. Unlike Lute's carelessness, Brando's gentle and elegant answer almost made her hair stand on end. But what made her a little incredulous was that the other party let her go just like that. This was really too strange, so much so that she felt that it was a little unreal. With doubts and uneasiness in her heart, the little girl absent-mindedly followed the crowd into a church-like building. This is. When Brando stood in front of the church, he raised his head and looked at the place with some surprise. A temple? The cultists are openly using a temple as their secret meeting place? Princess Magadol also had a look of disbelief. This feeling was similar to when she saw a group of all-for-one members or tree herders praying in the Holy Cathedral of Fire in Ampere Seal or Rushta. They are simply too. It seems that Queen Madara is right. These people have already regarded this place as their territory. Not only can they openly spread the teachings of the sheepshead cult, but they even made such a church. Brando could not help but shake his head. They are completely treating the teachings of the sheepshead Akentu as an orthodox religion and openly spreading it. It seems that the situation is not good. Delphian and Magadal both understood that Brando meant that the sheepshead cult had learned that the Black Rose of the Roman Tua might be moving north. This way, Tau Chica would never return to the rule of the Mercury staff. This was why the Hardlands dared to be so fearless. Otherwise, these dark nobles would at least maintain the necessary respect for Madara on the surface. But the fact that the undead gave up on the land of eternity and migrated north happened before they left. It was unlikely that it would spread to Tau Chica at this time. This could only mean one possibility, and that was that the sheepshead cult had secretly contacted the minions of dusk. As for whether the other party was a demon or something else, it was a little hard to say. After the people present secretly exchanged this opinion, their faces were a little ugly for a while. Brando had a faint premonition in his heart that this trip was going to be troublesome again. P.S. I accidentally entered the title number wrong again. It is very troublesome to change the starting point of the chapter name. That's it, as long as everyone understands. Chapter 1369. Brendel and the others followed the flow of people slowly. When they passed through a long corridor and entered the main hall, they saw many carvings of the spider maids on the walls. There was even a tall statue at the end of the corridor that was not destroyed in time. It was covered with a layer of black cloth, and it was obvious that it was the statue of the spider goddess. It seemed that this temple was originally a waning moon temple. The sheephead disciples did not have the time to occupy the sparrow's nest for long, so much so that even the remodeling was completed in a hurry. However, the other sheephead followers weren't surprised by this. They didn't even look at the statue covered in black cloth. They either buried their heads and moved forward, or whispered to each other. Demons worshipped chaos, and their followers naturally couldn't be too orderly. Not causing trouble at the gatherings was already the limit. It was obviously impossible to achieve the effect of the weekly gatherings of the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the believers of the Holy Church. Not only was it impossible, but it might even annoy the demons they worshipped. The believers passed through the corridor and entered a hall. This hall was naturally in the style of the Waning Moon Temple, but the statue in the north of the hall had been destroyed. The pedestal where the statue was originally placed was empty, and there was no replacement. From this point, it could be seen that the sheephead believers did not occupy this temple for too long. Brando noticed that along the way, he did not see any related clergy. The original owner of this Waning Moon Temple must not have had a good end. He was most likely a prisoner, or perhaps a living sacrifice. After the believers entered the hall, they each found their own seat and sat down. Those who did not have a seat stood in different corners. Soon, a senior priest of the sheephead believers came to preside over the ceremony. This ceremony was very simple. It was to sprinkle the blood of a black goat on the believers. Brando, Delphian, and Magadal were already very familiar with the sheephead believers, so they were not too resistant to it. However, Huang Hua and Mr. Liu were not used to it. The blood of livestock was regarded as filth in the 9 phoenixes. Sprinkling livestock's blood on others was a great insult, let alone upper nobles like them. Fortunately, both of them knew what the situation was, so they could only grit their teeth and bear with it. Although Huang Hua almost could not help but draw her sword several times to cut the priest who sprinkled the goat's blood on her in half, she could not do it in the end. When Fang Qi saw the goat's blood flying towards him, he subconsciously dodged and let the blood fall on the ground of the temple. Fortunately, he was standing at the back of the Holy Cathedral, between 2 pillars. The light was dim. Perhaps it was intentional, but the high-ranking cleric did not notice that the goat blood he shot had missed its target. This caused Fang Qi to heave a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He was actually not afraid of his identity being exposed, but he was afraid of ruining Brendel's matter. What if Brendel wanted to ask him for the sacred jade sword? It was sad to say that the Holy Jade Imperial Sword was originally the sacred object of the Ghost Chariot clan, and now he seemed to be the one who had taken over the Holy Jade Imperial Sword. However, Fang Qi knew the gap between him and that damn guy. Although he was very reluctant, he had to admit that even if he was the Ghost Chariot clan's genius in 1,000 years, he was not enough in front of that man. If he wanted to keep the Holy Jade Imperial Sword, he had to satisfy the other party's request, and then it depended on whether the other party was in a good mood. Fortunately, the Ghost Chariot clan had always believed in the truth, that the strong were respected, so Fang Qi did not feel wronged. What made him feel wronged was the smelly outfit he was wearing. This was a compromise he had to make in order to enter the Hardlands. Of course, he did not have to enter the port, but when he thought of staying in the swamp alone for a few days, this high and mighty genius had to bow to reality. The smelly robe of the sheephead cult was almost the limit of his tolerance. How could he tolerate someone spilling the blood of livestock on him? His dodging action was purely a subconscious expression of disgust in his heart. Fortunately, it did not attract anyone's attention. Fang Qi rejoiced in his heart, but he did not expect that his action had already fallen into Delphine's eyes. The Prime Minister's daughter immediately reported it to Brando, and naturally, Brando quietly noted this guy's score in his heart. He was not as naive as Fang Qi in his heart. Perhaps it was because he knew more about the sheephead cult. He knew that the high-ranking priest of the cult must have noticed the abnormality long ago. However, demons were cunning and cold, and everything followed their master. Most of their followers naturally flocked together, especially those who could climb to the top of these cult organizations. Most of them were originally elites in various fields, and they were even more cunning and shrewd. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to survive in an environment where the faith of the 5 holy temples dominated the mainstream and the cult was strictly guarded against heretics. How could such a person be careless? The high-ranking priest must have noticed the difference in strength between him and Fang Qi. On the surface, he did not say anything, but in private, he would immediately mobilize people immediately. Moreover, even if the other party really did not notice, when the ritual was about to begin, Akenta's projection would descend, and he would discover that there were people who did not have the smell of the black sheep's blood on them. Brando secretly cursed, but he understood that he was also responsible. Because of the sudden incident in this secret gathering, he forgot to remind the others of what to pay attention to. He also did not expect that there were 3 people from the 9 Phoenix in his team who did not know anything about the sheephead cult, and he did not expect Fang Qi to be so deceitful. However, although he knew that Fang Qi might have been exposed, he did not show any abnormalities on the surface. He only gave Delphine a look, telling her to calm down. Then he turned his head and asked a follower beside him, "My companion, I just came from Martak." "My friend, I've just rushed here from Maltaha. It seems that I'm still in time to participate in this grand event?" The sheephead cult follower was stunned, but he did not show any vigilance because there had been a continuous stream of followers from other areas rushing to de Havilland for the past 2 months. Now the population in de Havilland City, or rather, the sheephead cult followers, had more than doubled its resident population. Therefore, it caused the prices of goods to skyrocket, and there were more incidents of provocation and trouble. After all, the sheephead cult followers were also human, and they had to face the problems of birth, old age, illness, and death. In the early days, the residents of de Havilland City might still be a little vigilant, afraid that there would be spies from the Waning Moon Holy Cathedral in this sacred ceremony. However, after that period of novelty, the locals despised these foreigners and did not even care about their friendship with their followers. After all, no one wanted their original income to shrink, and the things they could buy on the market would be reduced to half of the original price or even less. Under such circumstances, when the de Havilland residents were accosted on the street, the chances of encountering foreigners were probably higher than encountering their neighbors. Therefore, any vigilance they had would probably be reduced after a series of jitters. Needless to say, the brother that Brando asked at this moment was also an outsider. The sheephead cult follower came from Otto in the east of de Havilland, and he was just a step ahead of Brando and the others. Therefore, he nodded and said, "My friend, you're lucky. Although Sir Knud announced that the ceremony would be brought forward, you just happened to arrive a day earlier. If you were 2 days later, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to make it." Brando was not surprised by this answer. In fact, he had already captured some interesting content from the conversations of the sheephead cult followers around him. If not for Fang Qi, he might have chosen a more suitable time to cut into the topic. For example, after the secret ceremony, there would be a small gathering among the sheephead cult followers. At that time, the atmosphere would be more lively and chaotic, and the vigilance of the sheephead cult followers would be reduced to the lowest. But now that he was about to be exposed, he could not care so much. He could only take the risk and seize the time. After listening to the words of the sheephead cult follower, Brando deliberately showed a look of surprise and asked, brought forward, "My friend, did something happen in the middle?" My friend was a commonly used term among the sheephead cult followers. This term had the same meaning as my brother, father, and brother among the followers of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando deliberately used this term here to reduce the other party's vigilance, but his performance was for the blind, because the brother did not care about Brando's identity at all and only said with some fanaticism, "Indeed, something big has happened. My friend, I heard that the undead have been defeated. They are about to give up the land of eternal death and retreat to the north. This is a great victory of the will of the twilight. My Lord is about to descend into this world, and the day of the end of the world judgment is coming. Victory is not far from you and me, my friend." Brando's eyes widened. When did the undead lose? It was clearly because of the fall of the goddess of the dead moon that they had to give up the land of eternal death. And in the battle at Fenhodos, it was clear that the Earth Legion had won again. It seemed that it was not only the ruling bodies of the major empires that would spread false news and whitewash the peace for the sake of their own political stability. He did not expect that the subordinates of the Twilight Dragon, one of the ultimate will of the world, would be the same. This made him feel greatly disappointed, and he was full of contempt for the subordinates of the merchant lady. However, his expression fell into the eyes of the sheephead cult follower, which turned into shock and disbelief. This expression was not surprising because when he first heard the news, his face showed the same expression. Chapter 1370. After all, although the sheephead cult claimed to be the followers of Akentu, everyone knew that the demons were suppressed to the scorching hell and could not return to the main material plane. They were actually the losers of the war. The master of the sheephead cult, the king of purgatory, Akentu, and several other demon lords were sealed, and their whereabouts were unknown. Their followers could not find them even after thousands of years. Ever since the Battle of the Azure Sky, the power of order had become so powerful that the believers of dusk had almost become the lackeys that everyone wanted to beat. These people who lived at the bottom of society and were even like rats crossing the street. When did they think that one day, they would be able to turn things around? It was because of this that this victory and the upcoming ceremony were so significant to them. Sure enough, Brando's face quickly showed a look of ecstasy. He tried to raise his voice as high as possible so that only a few people around him could hear, and shouted in a low voice, "It's true, the undead have moved north." When? Where did the rumor come from? He thought in his heart. The undead had only moved north in the past 1 or 2 days. How did it reach Tao Chica so quickly? Could it be that someone was using magic crystals to send messages? Doesn't this mean that there are still spies of the sheephead cult around Queen Madara? When did the sheephead cult become so meticulous? Could it be that they changed their name to All for One? The conversation between Brando and the sheephead cult member obviously fell into the ears of others, but this question and answer was being played out everywhere in Hardland, and it did not attract the slightest attention. The sheephead cult members around them did not even have the mood to look back at the two of them. Brando's appropriate ecstasy was so normal in the eyes of the sheephead cult member that he struck up a conversation with, and it even gave him a sense of familiarity. But next to the two of them, Huang Hua, who had heard the whole conversation without missing a word, shook her head vigorously. She wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh out loud, so her little shoulders were trembling. Teacher's acting is too exaggerated. The little princess of the Jade Phoenix lineage thought in her heart, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The sheephead believer replied without any doubt, "Just 2 days ago, we already gave up on the undead capital. However, this is not a rumor, but Lord Akentu's teachings." Lord Akentu. Brando sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, "Did anything happen in the Holy Land again?" After asking this question, his expression immediately became cautious. The hand hidden under the robe also faintly made a sword-holding posture, as if he was ready to make a move if something went wrong. In fact, this question was what he was most concerned about. The sheephead believers were discussing the changes in the Holy Land of Atuk with great interest, and they were connecting those changes with the upcoming living sacrifice ceremony. The advance of Hadran's living sacrifice ceremony was clearly related to the changes in the Holy Land. Originally, no matter how abnormal Akentu's seal was, it had little to do with Brando, but the secret of the mystery of Emerald might be buried in the Green Sea, which made him have to be careful and pay attention to all the news related to it. But he didn't know much about the Holy Land itself. The only information he had came from Maltaha's inquiry. After listening to the conversation of the sheephead believers, he understood that the information he bought was worthless, and he knew nothing about the core secrets of the Holy Land of Atuk. Because of this, he had to carefully find an entry point to avoid being too ignorant in the conversation and attracting the attention of others. However, no matter how good the preparation work was, he couldn't help but feel nervous when he asked this question, so he was ready to be exposed at any time. But the sheephead believer didn't seem to notice the difference at all. He just nodded and replied, "Yes, you guessed right. With the rise of the magic tide, the seal of the Holy Land of Atuk has become weaker and weaker. Lord Akentu may break out of the seal at any time. Maybe when our living sacrifice ceremony is over, Lord Akentu will be resurrected." Brando frowned. This was not the news he wanted. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "What's going on with the Holy Land of Atuk? Is it really the place where Lord Akentu was sealed?" "Of course, otherwise, why would we come to this place?" The sheephead believer said proudly, "I'll tell you a secret. In fact, the seal of the Holy Land of Atuk had already cracked as early as the first magic tide. Lord Akentu's will can already penetrate the Holy Land. He also left a clone in Hadran. That's why we know the news of the defeat of the undead." Brando thought to himself that the undead were defeated. It seemed that the king of purgatory, Akentu, was also a bullshitter. But this guy in front of him inadvertently revealed a shocking news. The Holy Land of Atuk was really the place where the king of purgatory, Akentu, was sealed, and the great demon had actually awakened in advance. He wanted to ask some more information about the Holy Land of Atuk, but it seemed that this guy knew very little about it. He only knew that the Holy Land of Atuk was above the inner sea of the Dead Moon, but he didn't know the specific sea area. He only knew that there was an archipelago there, and the sheephead believer had a stronghold and station on it. However, this information was enough. A lot of things could be obtained from the information provided by the Maltahan owner. Brando had also heard about the archipelago. It was even marked on the map given to him by the Queen of Madara. It was called the Sea Serpent Archipelago. It was more than 300 nautical miles away from Hadran in a straight line. It was not too far, but it was not on the main sea route. It lacked natural resources, and it was also popular with the legend of ghost ships, so it had always been a very remote place. Now that Brando had obtained the specific location of the Green Sea, he was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he waited silently for the ceremony to begin. Anyway, Fang Qi might have been exposed, so he no longer worried about the problem later. It was better to calm down and analyze the information he had obtained before. After a while, another high-ranking priest came to preside over the next ceremony, and this high-ranking priest was obviously a different person. Brando could see from the other party's attire that the high-ranking priest of the sheephead believer had a stripe missing on his robe. It seemed that he was one level lower than the priest who spilled the sheep's blood. The other party had already discovered Fang Qi's identity and secretly called for someone. Thinking about this, he was even less flustered. After all, he had previously concealed his identity to inquire about information. However, since he couldn't hide it, there was nothing to say. In terms of strength, the sheephead believer of Hadran was nothing in his eyes, even if there was a greater demon avatar in the city lord's mansion. Legend had it that before Akentu was sealed, his strength was still a step away from being a demigod. That was to say, his body might only be at the peak of the sage realm. Then, his avatar would be even worse. It might not even be at the level of a sage. At present, with Brando's realm, anyone below the sage realm could be killed with one strike of his sword. The sheephead disciples were obviously not ready for the time being, and they did not move for the time being. The replacement high-ranking priest presided over the ceremony on the altar, but his eyes kept glancing in Fang Qi's direction, which made Brendel feel a little funny. What made him even more speechless was that Fong Chi didn't even realize that he had been exposed. This guy even felt good about himself and pulled his robe with a disgusted look. The genius of the Phantom Chariot obviously didn't expect that the little trick he thought the other party didn't notice was actually noticed by a third party besides the sheephead believers and Brando. The third party was naturally Lotus and Lute, who had sneaked into the secret meeting place. At this moment, the little girl was standing in the most inconspicuous corner of the hall with Mr. Fairy. She carefully held her breath, for fear of attracting the attention of others. Since the first moment she entered the hall, most of her attention fell on Brando and the others. The reason was naturally because she was worried that her disguise had been seen through. In her heart, she had long believed that Brando was the legendary demon judge. But what surprised her was that the demon judge didn't seem to intend to trouble her. After entering the hall, he didn't even show any intention of looking for someone. She felt strange, and then she saw Fong Chi's little trick to avoid the sheephead believer's high-ranking priest's blood-flashing ceremony. Lotus was taken aback by this small action. She had a deep understanding of the sheephead cult. To be exact, she had a deep understanding of most of the organizations in the world, whether they were secret or public. She knew very well what this ceremony meant to the sheephead cult. When Fong Chi's small action fell into her eyes, she understood that other than herself, there were others who had sneaked into the holy temple. She rolled her eyes and remembered this detail in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. On the other hand, Mr. Little Fairy kept nagging at her to quickly find out more information, but Lotus chose to turn a deaf ear to him. She was very smart. She knew when to speak at this sensitive time was the best choice. If she rashly listened to the unreliable Mr. Fairy's opinion, she was afraid that the two of them would soon become prisoners. However, because Fong Chi had been deliberately standing far away from Brando and the others, Lotus didn't connect the two sides together for a while. The high-ranking cleric on the altar was already halfway through the ritual. He suddenly stood up and recited an obscure incantation in a deep voice. However, Brando and Lotus understood that it was not a spell at all, but the evil words of the devil. It meant to offer the soul to Akentu, the Lord of Purgatory, in exchange for the will from the abyss to come to the world. After this incantation, theoretically, Akentu's will would descend upon this secret meeting place. Of course, it would not be Akentu's own will. Not to mention that this Lord of Purgatory was currently in a sealed state. Even if he was in his prime, he would not be able to respond to the summons of every believer in this world. That was an ability that only demigods and gods had. However, the will that was summoned was the projection of the power of chaos. It represented that the power of the Lord of Purgatory would descend upon everyone present. It would also give the sheephead disciple a filthy blessing and punish those who made the demon king unhappy. Brando held his breath, and Lotus looked in the direction of Fong Chi. But the next moment, the hall was as silent as before, and nothing happened for a while. Brando was stunned, thinking that this was a deliberate arrangement by the sheephead believers, but when he looked up, he found that the high-ranking priest standing on the altar was also stunned. The hall was quiet for a moment, and then the sheephead believers present reacted. It was not the first time they had participated in a secret meeting. Of course, they could feel that Lord Akentu's will had not come. Everyone raised their heads and looked around in shock, as if trying to figure out what had happened. What's the matter? Is Lord Akentu angry? Someone ruined the ceremony? Someone in the hall immediately questioned, and the scene was a little out of control for a while. The high-ranking priest on the altar jumped down and walked in the direction of Fong Chi. Brando saw the other party's action, and with a move of his hand, he had already grasped the hilt of Oderfice. But just as he was about to start, he heard a rush of footsteps coming from behind, and then someone outside the hall reprimanded, "All the believers of the Master, be quiet." The sheephead believers in the hall were startled and subconsciously quieted down. Brendel turned around and saw an important figure wearing a black robe that was obviously different from the ordinary members of the church. He was escorted into the hall by a group of people. Once he entered the hall, he looked around at everyone and said, "Believers of the Master, pick up your weapons, your master needs you." Chapter 1371. The sudden appearance of the patriarch was like a spark falling into boiling oil, igniting the anger in the hearts of the sheephead believers. They were already in an uneasy and manic mood because of the failure of Akenta's arrival. After hearing the patriarch's words, there was a burst of angry screams in the hall. Heretics have invaded Haterland? Kill them. They are the culprits who angered Lord Akentu. The patriarch was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. He took out a grey cloak and said, "The heretics have invaded Lord Akentu's territory and tainted the holy blood of dusk. I ask you to capture those heretics." After that, he glanced at the hall and happened to meet Brando's eyes under the hood. Brando's heart skipped a beat. He thought that he had been exposed. He was very curious. How did these people know about the relationship between Fang Qi and himself? But faster than his thoughts, in fact, the moment the other party looked at him, he had already lifted his robe and revealed the dark golden blade beneath, the blade of holy sword Odorfice. The patriarch's eyes widened when he saw Brando suddenly pulling out the sword from under his robe. He was just casually looking in this direction. No matter how he looked at it, the disciple's action of pulling out the sword was that of a veteran. Judging from his actions, it was obvious that he was not responding to Lord Akenta's call. There are intruders here. The patriarch was alarmed. Just as he was about to speak, a childish voice suddenly came from the hall. The heretics are there. Fang Qi heard a crisp bang. He was stunned to see a jar falling in a parabola at his feet and shattering into pieces. Before he could react to what the jar was, he saw a cloud of white smoke coming out of the broken jar. In the darkness, no one could tell who was the one who spoke, but the sound of the jar shattering seemed to have snapped the last string in the hearts of the fanatical believers. Everyone subconsciously looked in that direction and saw that the hall was already filled with smoke, as if someone had thrown a smoke bomb in the middle of the crowd. There are heretics. There are heretics among us. The fanatical followers immediately let out a burst of screams and angrily squeezed in that direction, as if they wanted to drag out the guy who caused the chaos in the crowd. However, their actions not only failed to improve the situation, but also made the hall even more chaotic. Everyone was pushing and shoving each other. In order to compete for a position to better perform in front of Lord Akentu, some people even started tearing. Soon, the tearing turned into a brawl, and the brawl evolved into a chaotic fight. The hall was in chaos. The followers in front and behind trampled on each other, and for a moment, screams were heard. As soon as Brendel pulled out his sword, he realized that the situation had turned out this way. He was stunned. The little girl's voice did not sound like Huang Hua's, but who else was trying to create chaos here other than them? However, this sudden scene just happened to help him. He calmed down and looked around. Suddenly, he realized that no one seemed to notice him at all. He was originally dressed as a sheephead disciple. Even if he pulled out his sword, the fanatical believers beside him only thought that he was responding to the patriarch's call. He glanced at the sheephead disciple who he had previously obtained a lot of information from. He saw the man waving his hands with a red face, trying to squeeze into the crowd. He thought for a moment, then immediately grabbed Delphian's hand and retreated. Huang Hua and Mr. Liu in the crowd did not care about protecting themselves. Magadol was slightly worse, but his position was too far away from the nun princess, and he could not help her. Although the crowd seemed to be pushing in the direction where Fang Qi was, Brando was not too worried. After all, even if Fang Qi was unreliable, he was not someone that ordinary followers could do anything to. The shepherd did not notice Brendel's actions, because the smoke that suddenly rose up to create chaos blocked his view of the hall. He obviously did not expect such a thing to happen, and was stunned for a moment. Then he flew into a rage and shouted, "What are you doing? You bunch of idiots, she's at the back." He stomped his feet and shouted angrily. At the same time, he ordered his followers and guards to separate the crowd. But at this time, the patriarch suddenly saw a small figure retreating rapidly along the wall of the holy temple. It was the opposite direction of the crowd, and it was heading towards the back door of the holy temple. The patriarch's heart trembled, and suddenly remembered his mission. He did not care about the person who looked like a pagan intruder. He pointed in that direction and screamed, "It's her, go catch her, don't let her escape." Lotus was stumbling towards the back door of the hall. When she heard the scream, she could not help but tremble, but her footsteps quickened. Lute shouted under her hood, "We've been discovered, run." But just as she climbed onto the podium, she heard an angry roar, "Damn pagan, go to hell." She saw the high-ranking follower who previously presided over the ceremony on the altar with bloodshot eyes. He held a sacrificial dagger in his hand and rushed in her direction with a twisted face. Lotus was so scared that her face turned pale. In a moment of desperation, she forgot that there was a high-ranking sheephead disciple on the podium. For a moment, her hands and feet turned cold. But at this time, a fiery red light shot out from her hood and hit the dagger in the high-ranking follower's hand. With a ding sound, the dagger flew out of the high-ranking follower's hand and nailed into a nearby pillar. The high-ranking clergyman held his hand and screamed in agony. His entire arm was set ablaze. At this time, Brando just turned his head and saw this scene. He felt Odorfice in his hand faintly jump. He subconsciously turned his head and saw the high-ranking follower turn into a torch. Lute. As soon as Brando saw the sword light, he reacted. It was obviously the sword light of the little fairy Lute. He had seen it once outside the elemental barrier, and the white mist also told him that the latter's power was actually a projection of the holy sword Odorfice. So it was not surprising that the flaming blade could sense it. But in the chaos, the little fairy Lute apparently did not hear Brando's call. She killed the high-ranking follower with a sword and looked back to see Lotus still in a daze. He could not help but remind her angrily, "Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and leave this place. If we encounter the devil's avatar again, both of us will die." Only then did Lotus react. She did not have time to thank or be afraid. She hurriedly got up from the ground, carefully bypassed the high-ranking follower who was wailing and rolling on the ground, and ran in the direction of the back door behind the podium. But sometimes, the more you are afraid of something, the more you will encounter it. Originally, she was careful enough and was far enough away from the high-ranking follower. But suddenly, the sheephead follower screamed and grabbed her ankle with his left hand. The little girl screamed. How could her strength be compared to a high-ranking member of the sheephead cult? Not to mention, the latter had used his strength before he died. She fell to the ground in an instant, and even the fairy in her hood was thrown out. Lute was caught off guard and fell several times on the gray wooden floor of the temple before he got up with a dirty face. He looked back and suddenly became anxious because he saw the sheephead follower who was covered in flames was holding Lotus's calf and desperately pulling her back, as if he wanted to hug her and both of them die together. It was only a matter of 1 or 2 seconds. Even if it was him, he would not be able to save her in time. But at this time, there was a sudden roar in the hall, and a wave of air swept from the center of the hall. The wave of air passed through the podium, passed by the high-ranking follower who was holding Lotus, and passed by the little fairy Lute. Immediately, the three of them were sent flying and hit the side of the wall. It turned out that Feng Qi, who was in the crowd, was finally annoyed by the followers who kept flocking to him. He no longer cared about hiding. He directly raised his strength to the highest level, and the surging elemental power immediately pushed in all directions. For a moment, there was a wave of expanding shock wave in the hall, exploding from the inside out. This shock wave was only slightly stronger than a strong wind to Brando and the others. It had no effect other than blowing their hair. But for the ordinary followers, this shock wave had become an invincible force. Those closest to the center were the first to be unlucky. They were unable to resist at all and were directly swept away by this force from the inside out. They hit the people behind them, and the people behind them were thrown off their feet. Like dominoes, they fell down one after another. The sheephead cult members were in a state of chaos. And his unintentional blow just happened to save Lotus' life. The little fairy Lute was caught off guard and his head hit the wall on the side of the podium. He was dizzy, but when he thought that Lotus was still in danger, he did not care that his whole body was falling apart. He turned over and got up from the ground, and just as he was about to look for the little girl's position, But he saw a figure quickly pass by him. He widened his eyes and saw that the figure suddenly rushed to the high-ranking follower beside Lotus. The figure hit the follower, and the high-ranking follower, who was half wrapped in flames, was knocked off the podium. That high-ranking clergyman was already half dead to begin with, and after being swept into a mess by the shockwave, he was knocked off the platform. His head hit the ground and he immediately fainted. Wrapped in flames, he lost all signs of life. Then Lute saw that the figure stopped and pulled up Lotus, who was sitting on the ground. He heard Lotus's surprised voice, "Sister." Chapter 1372. Big Sister. Lotus cried out in surprise. The girl seemed indifferent as she pulled her up from the ground and said calmly, "Come with me." "Big Sister, wait." Lotus shouted, and then quickly ran to Lute's side, carefully picking her up and putting her back into her hood. "Thank you, Mr. Fairy. Thank you, I found my big sister," she said repeatedly, her eyes filled with tears. Lute had only helped the little girl out of her instinct to meddle in other people's business. Besides, she was the prince of the fire fairies, so she was naturally proud and full of righteousness. But at this moment, facing the little girl's gratitude, she felt a little warm in her heart, and felt that her trip to the prime material world was not in vain. The girl did not intend to give the two too much time to sigh. She watched her sister pick up the little fairy, then walked over and pulled her to the back door behind the podium. In fact, that was where she had just appeared. But just as the two sisters were about to leave, suddenly there were two roars from the other end of the hall. "Stop right there. Stop." Lotus was slightly stunned, and when she turned her head, she saw Fang Qi looking in her direction with a face full of anger. But at the same time, the patriarch of the sheep-head cult was also looking in this direction. The two spoke almost at the same time, then froze for a moment and looked at each other. "Who are you?" The patriarch immediately noticed the sacred jade sword in Fang Qi's hand and screamed at the top of his voice. Fang Qi ignored him. It was the little girl who had thrown the jar next to him and exposed his position. As a result, he was almost drowned by the sheep-head cult. Lotus's little trick might be able to fool others, but it could not fool him. In fact, it was Lotus who had caused chaos in the crowd. The simple smoke bomb was also made by the little fairy Lute, who was responsible for collecting the materials. And the reason she did that was because she saw the gray cloak in the patriarch's hand. That was her sister's cloak. The moment she saw the cloak, Lotus thought that she had been exposed. Of course, she would not sit still and wait for death. She almost immediately used the backup plan she had prepared beforehand. She threw the smoke grenade next to Fang Qi, hoping to use the real heretic to escape. Now it seemed that the effect was better than she had imagined. Not only did she create chaos as she wished, but Fang Qi also inadvertently saved her life. However, it was just a little too good. She didn't expect that the target of her misfortune was actually an expert. In fact, it was only when her sister appeared that she realized that she might have been wrong. The patriarch came here with her sister's cloak, not to capture her, but her sister. However, the result was the same. To be able to see her sister again, even if the two of them had to die here, she was willing to do so. These messy thoughts flashed through Lotus's mind for a moment. In addition, she stopped to take a look at Fang Qi, so her footsteps slowed down. The young girl who saved her seemed to have noticed this. She frowned and turned a deaf ear to Fang Qi's roar behind her. She tugged at her sister's hand, indicating for her to quickly follow her and not stay any longer. But how could Fang Qi let them go? He was a proud and arrogant person. Even if he was not Brando's opponent, he was not willing to bow his head in front of Brando. Not to mention that he was unintentionally played by a little girl. If he lost face here, he was afraid that he would die of anger. For a moment, he didn't even have time to care about Brando and the others. He pulled out his sword and was about to attack Lotus. But before he could make a move, he saw the small door on the side of the lectern creak open. Several tin cans poured in from the outside. These guys dressed as black knights guarded the entrance as soon as they entered, then separated into 2 rows, allowing a sheephead disciple to walk in from the outside. The sheephead disciple who entered from the back door was dressed similar to the patriarch at the front door. As soon as he entered the hall, his gaze immediately fell on the girl who saved Lotus. He sneered, "Why aren't you running?" The girl who was holding Lotus's hand stopped in her tracks. She held her sister's hand tightly, her body tensed up as she stared at the uninvited guests who had just entered the room. She was like a little beast that was ready to go all out at any moment. "My companions," at this time, the patriarch of the sheephead disciple at the main door finally shouted, "Catch them quickly. These people are damn heretics. There are a few more in the hall besides them. Don't let them run away." Only then did the patriarch notice the situation in the hall. He nodded with a gloomy face. "They won't be able to escape. My companion, Lord Danuk, has already surrounded the outside. That damned little bitch, once I get what I want from her, I'll skin her alive." He turned his head and glanced coldly at Lotus and her sister. The little girl trembled in fear. Her sister was much calmer, but she also clenched her teeth. She was wearing a loose sheephead disciple's robe, and her face was hidden under the hood. At this moment, her head was lowered, and no one could see her expression, but one could imagine that her face was also terrifyingly pale. She knew that the man in front of her wasn't lying. In fact, she had already alerted the city guards of Hardland along the way. She escaped their pursuit and sneaked all the way to this temple, where she found her sister. She didn't expect to be caught red-handed by these people. But even in this desperate situation, the little girl didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, she let go of her younger sister's hand and stood in front of her. She pulled out a dagger from under her robe and held it with both hands, facing the knights who were taller than her by more than half a human's height. Seeing this familiar scene, Princess Magadal could not help but let out a soft cry. She looked at Brando, who was not far away, and whispered, "Mr. Brando?" Brando nodded. He actually recognized the little girl the moment she appeared. He did not expect the little girl to walk as fast as they did. It seemed like they had only taken a few steps. Hadran looked at the little girl behind him and realized that she might be the sister he had been looking for. As expected, she had fallen into the hands of the sheephead cult. But what made him a little curious was why Lute was with them. But these were all minor details. He certainly could not let the sheephead disciples take the sisters away. He asked Delphian to stand aside and prepared to make his move. But at this time, everyone heard the sheephead disciple standing in front of the little girl sneered. He seemed to not care about the short sword in the little girl's hand at all. He said, "Tell me, where did the dragon go?" But the little girl just shook her head and did not say a word. Ungrateful little bitch. The patriarch's face immediately became ferocious. "Capture them first and lock them up separately. Especially this one." He pointed at the sister and said, "Lord Danuk wants to interrogate her personally." The Black Knight immediately moved and surrounded the 2 sisters. But before they could take a step forward, a green light suddenly flew in front of them and cut in front of them. With a cracking sound, a crack of more than 10 meters appeared in front of the patriarch and the knight. It was like a straight line, blocking them. Fang Qi held the jade imperial sword in his hand and pointed at the patriarch and said, "I am the one who wants to settle the score with them. As for the rest, get lost." The patriarch's face changed drastically and he glared at Fang Qi. "You are not a member, who are you?" Fang Qi gave him a sideways glance and said, "Who I am is none of your business." "Nonsense," the patriarch roared. "They are accomplices, capture him." Several Black Knight immediately changed their target and turned to pounce on Fang Qi in the middle of the hall. Obviously, Fang Qi's previous attack contained the power of elemental power, which made them feel threatened. However, Fang Qi did not care about these guys at all. After all, he was still a genius of the Ghost Chariot clan. Even if he was not as good as Brando, in front of ordinary people, he was still a proud son of God. Facing the Black Knight who pounced on him, he did not even seem to be in the mood to use his sword. He directly raised his hand and pushed, and a green invisible force had already been pushed out. The Black Knight did not dare to be careless in the face of this attack and immediately got into a battle posture to deal with it. But when the green light reached their bodies, they found that they had no way to resist at all. They were directly pushed out by the light wall and hit the wall on the other side one after another like sacks. They piled on top of each other and could not get up for a while. Elemental enlightenment. The patriarch screamed and subconsciously wanted to run away. What a joke! The strongest in Hadlon City, Lord Cronid, was only at the level of elemental enlightenment. How could there be such a monster here? Without thinking, he did not care about the followers he brought in and turned to run to the back door. But Fang Qi did not seem to want to let this guy go. He took a step forward and was about to draw his sword, but at this moment, his sword deviated in another direction and stabbed in the direction of the two little girls. No! Magadal screamed in fright. But Brando frowned. Beside him, Huang Hua and Mr. Lu also had the same expression. This is... Huang Hua whispered, pressure? Aura of fear, Brando replied. The racial talent of the Demon Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Fang Qi's sword had stopped in midair. The genius of the Ghost Chariot clan frowned and growled at the air in front of him. Who's there? The air in the hall twisted, and the figure of a demon appeared. It had crimson skin, was almost 2 people tall, and had 2 pairs of curved horns on its head. Its upper body was that of a human, but it was covered in scales. Its lower body was that of a goat's hooves, and it had a long tail. As soon as this demon appeared, the sheephead disciples present knelt down and screamed excitedly, "My supreme, omnipotent master, I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly and offer my soul." But in fact, even if these people did not speak, Brando guessed that Akenta's clone had arrived. Chapter 1373. As soon as Akenta's avatar descended into the hall, the space began to vibrate, and the stone pillars supporting the hall began to creak and shake. Gravel fell down, as if this small space would collapse at any time because it could not withstand the huge pressure. This pressure spread out in all directions, making those fanatical believers prostrate themselves even more. They loudly praised the burning dusk, the Lord of Purgatory, the King of Demons. In front of Akentu, Fang Qi bore the brunt. Holding the long sword in his hand, his face was pale, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were pitch black. He was like a lonely boat in a storm, about to succumb to endless fear at any time. But his performance was far from satisfying Akentu. The Lord of Purgatory probably did not expect someone to be able to stand under its pressure. It roared, "Mortal, kneel." Fang Qi's body seemed to be bearing an unbearable weight. Although he gritted his teeth, his body lowered, and his knees slowly bent down. How could this genius of the Ghost Chariot clan be reconciled? He roared and stabbed the Jade Imperial sacred sword in his hand into the ground. The sword blade creaked and sank inch by inch into the floor of the holy hall. Fang Qi was about to kneel down in humiliation, but it was at this time that a clear voice that seemed to be unaffected by the demon's power sounded, "Burning dusk, Lord of Purgatory Akentu, the great king of demons, it seems that thousands of years of imprisonment have not taught you enough lessons?" Hearing this voice, at least 3 people present were shocked. First was Lute. The little fairy seemed to think that she was hallucinating. She hurriedly lifted Lotus's hood and poked her little head out to look around. Then it was Lotus's sister. The little girl heard this voice and her body trembled slightly. Finally, it was the king of demons, Akentu. The pressure in the space suddenly subsided. "Who is it?" The demon king angrily roared. His voice, which was burning with raging anger, actually shook the space. Thousands of years ago, it was defeated by the Myurnas in the invasion of the ground, and then imprisoned by the Buga people for several generations. This was the biggest stain in its life, and it still could not be washed away. Needless to say, the Mithril Association's cage was still imprisoning its body, preventing it from escaping. It could be foreseen that even if it used the return of dusk to successfully escape its imprisonment and return to the scorching purgatory, it would never be as glorious as it was thousands of years ago. What Lord of the Purgatory? What Demon King? What Demon King? It was like sand in the wind. This stain was its greatest pain. Now, someone actually dared to sprinkle salt on its wound. Even the string of honorifics before this sentence was so ear-piercing to it. It raised its head and looked forward, only to see that in this narrow space, there were still 6 people who could stand. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the insignificant and lowly human. Just now, he had almost succumbed to its demonic might, but now that it had withdrawn its might, the human had already caught his breath. Holding the green jade sword in his hand, he panted as he looked at it, his eyes full of fear and resentment. The other one looked like a woman, holding the pillar with one hand, frowning and looking uncomfortable. When Akenta saw this woman, it was slightly surprised. It faintly felt that the other party's aura was somewhat familiar, but for a moment, it could not tell where it had seen her. After all, it had been imprisoned for thousands of years, and the memory in its mind had long been a mess. Behind them were 2 people, one old and one young. It recognized that they were 2 Oriental people. These people came from Aradal. Their homeland was completely destroyed by Dusk in the First War, and the survivors were scattered everywhere. Although their ancestors were strong, these people were not in Akenta's eyes. In a sense, demons were an immortal race because they were the claws and fangs of Dusk. When their bodies fell, their wills would be reborn in chaos. Their personalities, preferences, and habits would be annihilated, but their inheritance and memories would be passed down in the same vein. As the Demon King, Akenta had quite a lot of secrets in its memory. Although it was incomplete, it could remind it of some things from many eras ago. Its fiery eyes fell on the last 2 people. One of them was still a human woman. What made it a little strange was that the woman had the aura of its own kind. It was precisely because of this that the other party could ignore its might. Of course, Akenta did not understand that the person it saw was Delphian, the Prime Minister's daughter who had bathed in the polluted spring of life. Her body was stained with the aura of the Demon Master, so how could she be affected by the power of a mere Demon King? Of course, Delphian did not know that. She had not personally experienced the pressure of a superior demon, and for a moment, she was somewhat puzzled by the performance of the other people present. The last person Akenta's eyes swept over was naturally Brando. Brando's left hand pressed on the hilt of the holy sword Odorfice. When the Demon King's eyes swept over him, he calmly lifted his hood with his right hand, revealing a rather young face. Mr. Brando. The little sprite jumped off Lotus's shoulder, and came to the floor. He waved at Brando and said, "Mr. Brando, it's me. I'm Lute. I'm here." Brando naturally saw him and nodded at him, although he was a little puzzled in his heart why the little sprite was in this place. As for the 2 sisters, the elder had obviously recognized him, but she held her younger sister's hand again and did not speak. Brando's attention swept over the 3 of them, then returned to the Demon King Akentu. "Before you die, I only have one question," Brando said word by word, and his voice seemed to suddenly become cold. "The earring on your hand, where did you get it?" When Brando asked this question, he raised his head, and his bright eyes pierced straight into Akenta's eyes. The Lord of Purgatory only felt a chill all over his body, as if he was locked on by 2 sharp swords. This made him shocked, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat. But he immediately reacted. How could he, the Demon King, retreat in front of a mortal? He shook his head, raised the earring in his claws, and laughed coldly. "You mean this? It seems that you also know that female dragon. Just right, I'll send you to meet your god." "You killed her? So what?" The Demon King sneered as if he was enjoying his opponent's rage. It was an instinct of demons to absorb nutrients from the despair, hatred, and rage of mortals. "That damned female dragon was originally a sacrifice prepared for me, the great Demon King. I have to say that my subordinates did a good job this time. I enjoyed slicing open her throat and listening to her cries of agony and the sound of fresh blood flowing out. Her golden blood is doubtlessly the best present." Akenta proudly enjoyed the anger in the heart of the human in front of him. What surprised him was that this human's heart and will were very tenacious. The power transmitted from the other party's anger was also thousands of times stronger than that of ordinary humans. This increase in power almost made him feel so comfortable that he was about to vomit. God, he did not expect that in just a few thousand years, there would be such a powerful existence in the human world with will and soul power. But the stronger the soul power, the more shocking the negative emotions produced when these people fell. If he could make this person fall, there would be one more demon king in the scorching hell, and he, Akentu, the lord of purgatory, would return to the peak of the demon world. Akentu was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to encounter such a big gift as soon as he returned to the world. He looked at Brando with more and more surprise, and continued to use words to lure this guy into the trap. "Mr. Brando, that demon," Ling suddenly screamed, but before he could finish his words, he was swept away by the demon king with a wave of his hand. He hit the wall heavily and spat out a mouthful of blood. His little head tilted, and he raised his heavy eyelids slightly to look at everyone in a daze, then looked at his sister, and then lay down softly. "Shut up, damn little bitch." Akenta snorted coldly. "Sister!" Lotus screamed at the top of her lungs. She ran over crazily and threw herself on her sister's little body covered in blood, crying out loud. "You damn!" The little fairy, Lute, did not expect the demon to suddenly attack. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He pulled out his sword and was ready to attack Akentu, but as soon as he moved, he felt that his body was imprisoned in midair. Mr. Brando, Akentu was not aware of this scene at all. It even sneered proudly. "I know, you know this little girl. Unfortunately, the power of a mortal is too weak. You can't save her, and you can't save that poor female dragon." His words suddenly stopped. Because Brando raised the sword in his hand. The tip of the sword shone, and Akenta seemed to see a strange scene. Time passed, and everything was returning to its original position in a strange trajectory. The little fairy, Lute, struggled to fly back to Lotus's shoulder. The crying little girl also found herself standing in her original position, and her sister was holding her hand, looking at the wound on her chest with some doubts, but other than the bloodstains, there was no wound at all. Huang Hua, Delphian, and Mr. Lu all looked at this scene in shock. The reversal of cause and effect, the passage of time. What kind of law was this? Only for a moment, Akentu, the demon king, heard a gurgling sound in the air. He looked up and found that the floating air in the chapel had solidified, forming a white mist, and then turned into ice particles that rustled down. A piece of white frost was climbing up the pillars in the hall. The low-lying places in the hall where there was water were instantly frozen. The ice creaked and then cracked. Chapter 1374. A group of sheephead believers looked at Brando standing in the hall as if they had seen a ghost. Even if the master they worshipped was still on the podium, these people could not help but feel fear deep in their hearts. They hurriedly backed away from Brando. The chill that permeated Brando's body was so strong that even Delphian, who was a little closer to him, felt a little unbearable. Her face was pale and her teeth were chattering. Huang Hua looked at her teacher with some surprise. It was the first time she saw Brando like this. Even during the battle between Finhodos and Dusk, her teacher did not show such power. This was the power of the law. There was no doubt. But this power of the law was not cold or anything related to ice. Even Fang Chi could not help but look back at the guy who caught him all the way to this place. He was still a little weak because of Akentu, and this weakness was even more obvious under Brando's domain. He even had an illusion in his heart that the man in front of him only needed a glance to freeze him into ice and then turn him into ashes. Confinement space, the basic thermal movement of matter and elements. This is the element of space, time, space, and cause and effect. This is, Akenta's hoarse voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. It stared at Brando with red eyes, gritted its teeth and roared, "Sage, damn the power of the sage. Very good, you remind me of the damn Myrna. I will let you taste the anger from hell." It screamed and just raised its claws, but at this time, space seemed to have a strange dislocation. The demon king Akenta's head tilted, and a bloodline appeared at the connection between its shoulder and body. The bloodline continued to extend back, bringing a ripple in the space. It swept across the narrow space, and rows of pews were broken from the middle. With a soft crack, the ripple swept across the north wall of the chapel, and a straight and slanted black line immediately appeared on the wall. The black line from top to bottom divided the entire temple into two. Time seemed to be frozen at that moment. The King of Devils still had a horrified expression on its face. It screamed, "No!" In the bloody mist, everyone, including all the sheep-head disciples present, saw Akenta's right arm suddenly twisted in a position that should not appear, and then fell off from his shoulder. There was still a trace of blood at the fracture, spinning and flying towards a stone pillar not far away. Everyone's jaws dropped. In particular, the believers of Akenta seemed to have seen the most incredible thing in their lives. But this was only the beginning, not the end. When Akenta's right arm hit the pillar, bounced back, fell to the ground, and rolled twice. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the top of the hall, as if something had shattered. Everyone looked up and heard a loud bang. The hall suddenly intersected along the diagonal line on the north wall, and the ground on one side sank down with a rumble. In an instant, the holy sanctum was pulled down by tens of centimeters. After the walls cracked, the situation outside was revealed. A crack extended in the direction where the hall had sunk, and the sheephead cult members who had gathered outside had already turned into a river of blood. A straight line seemed to have divided Hadran into two, and with the temple as the starting point, the port was divided from the center. The crack extended all the way to the bay outside the port, and everyone saw an unforgettable scene on the sea. A white line visible to the naked eye appeared on the sea in the distance. The white line extended all the way to the deep sea. It separated to the left and right, forming a deep valley and two parallel waterfalls on the sea. A sword split the sea. Huanghua couldn't help but cover her mouth. The power to move mountains and rivers, fall stars, sun and moon, overturn oceans and rivers, the end of the power of the mortal world. The legendary sage's domain had not appeared on this land for thousands of years. When the gold and silver clans went into seclusion, there were no longer any similar legends in the mortal world. And today, the most magnificent chapter described in the Pale poem, the sages of the mortal world, had returned. Fang Qi was petrified in place as if he had been cast by magic. He originally thought that the gap between himself and Brando could at least be closed. Even on the battlefield of Fenhodos, Brando fought against the entire army of Dusk by himself. He did not think that he could not have such power one day. But at this moment, facing the sword that split the sea, all words had lost their persuasive power. He knew that this was no longer the power of the mortal world. This was the power of God. The sage, the god of the mortal world. Brando pointed at Akentu, who was not far away, with no expression on his face. The earring in Akentu's claws was Pharrell's earring. He had personally returned the earring to her, so he would never mistake it. Although he did not have much interaction with her, the silent girl, Allah's companion, still left a deep impression on him. The Demon King was still roaring with his mouth wide open, but he covered his wound with one hand. His eyes and heart were full of fear, and there was only one thought in his mind: run. When did the mortal world become so terrifying? In his time, these people were still the slaves of the Myrna people, and had no combat power at all. What happened in these thousands of years? Where were the Myrna people? Where were the Buga people? Where were the Silver Elves? And those believers he had seen before, those mortals should be the slaves of the undead, right? Even the skeletons themselves were such a weak race. Why did this happen? He did not react at all, because he had not experienced the era of the War of the Holy Saints, so he could not understand the concept of mortal sages. In fact, if he had awakened 500 years earlier, that world might have been more in line with his understanding. But at this moment, the era of war and chaos had arrived, and the sages of the mortals had returned to this land. Akenta turned around and fled. He was the Demon King's avatar. If his original body was here, he might be able to fight Brando, but the avatar was too weak, and he understood the difference in power between himself and his opponent. But the avatar also had its advantages. At least the avatar was good at escaping. As long as he escaped from this temple, he could activate the demon's innate teleportation. Its power had long been weakened after thousands of years of sealing, and this avatar must not be easily buried here. But just as Akenta took a step, his body froze. Time, everything flowed backward in front of it, and the strange scene from before appeared again. It saw that the collapsed hall was actually being restored, and the scattered bricks were flying back into the sky, filling up their original broken positions. The broken chair was reconnected, and he had just taken 2 steps, but once again returned to the original point. Akenta turned around in horror, only to see a cold sword light sweeping across its neck. In the eyes of all the sheep-head believers in the hall, the head of the Demon King's avatar flew high, then fell to the ground, rolled a few times, hit a stone pillar, and stopped. On the head, a pair of eyes were wide open, as if he still could not believe it. Then everyone heard a muffled sound, and Akenta's headless body knelt down heavily, and then fell to the ground. There was silence in the hall for a while. After a while, an angry roar was heard, "Damn human, you're dead, I'll take revenge." But the voice soon faded, and became weak and inaudible. Brando silently glanced at the cracked altar in the temple, and then sheathed his sword. Ling, who had been standing beside his sister, seemed to have found an opportunity to speak. His voice was a little bitter as he said, "Mr. Brando, that demon is lying to you, Miss Alaz is not dead, what?" Brando was taken aback, and the momentum accumulated in his body dissipated in an instant. He froze for a moment before asking, "Wait, Alaz, why her? Isn't it Flora?" Ling did not answer again, as if he had exhausted all his strength to say that sentence before. The little girl beside him seemed to be in a dream. She looked at the blood on her sister's chest, and then looked at Brando with a look of surprise. At this time, the shepherd on the other side of the holy temple noticed that no one seemed to be paying attention to this side. He grabbed the cloak in his hand and suddenly sneaked out of the holy temple, but before he had time to take 2 steps, he was caught by Huanghua from behind and tripped to the ground with her scabbard. "That's my sister's cloak," the girl finally whispered. Huanghua nodded to her, but looked at Brando and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, have you broken through the realm of the sage?" Everyone's eyes could not help but focus on Brando. Brando nodded silently. In fact, when he passed through the portal, he seemed to have gained some kind of insight from the law of space. He faintly felt that he had touched the last door from the extreme plane to the sage domain. And when he fought with Akenta just now, because of the anger in his heart, he finally grasped that insight and understood the ultimate relationship between space and time and even the cause and effect of all things. Martha's law seemed to have connected with him in an instant, allowing him to finally see the scenery that he had never seen in his previous life and this life. That was the true essence of the world by the Abyss Lake, the power of existence. The power of existence was indeed the true bridge to the sage domain, and any sage precept simulated by the war slate would not be able to achieve this step. This was also the reason why no player had ever reached this height. Chapter 1375. For a long time, Brando had been thinking about this question. Why was it that after the era of the saints, mortals could no longer step on the peak of the extreme plane and enter the realm of the saints? Perhaps it was because the sea of magic had calmed down over the past 1,000 years, or perhaps it was because of the changes in the laws that mortals could no longer set foot on this path to godhood. Then, what was a saint? It was a staircase behind the door of truth that led to the kingdom of the gods. And only by becoming a saint could one have the qualifications to pursue the power of existence. In his previous life, the players used the war slate to skip this necessary step. Although they could also perfect their bodies and have demigod-like power, the laws were still incomplete. But in the end, the laws were incomplete. Everyone understood that this was a dead end. Those who stepped on it would never be able to touch the supreme throne again, existence, the power of existence. However, what did the realm of the saints have to do with existence? What exactly did that incomplete step mean? After the trip to the elemental frontier, Brando faintly had an idea in his mind. He opened his attribute panel and could clearly see that in the elements column, there were such words: must hit, lapse, gap, stillness, stability, control. This was one of the manifestations of time and space in this world. However, they were far from all of them. Time and space, one of the basic attributes of this world, the basic order and measurement of the existence and evolution of everything and everything. This was a power that was infinitely close to the power of existence. How could their power be so simple? Brando couldn't help but recall that when his elements were first born, their manifestations were even simpler. In that column, there were only two descriptions and abilities: stability, stillness. Yes, elements could grow. Perhaps one day, they would grow from a narrow definition into a complete whole. From the fragments of retroactivity, stillness, lapse, stability, coordinates, and measurement, they would grow into two words that encompassed all elements, time and space. Thus, such an idea was born in his mind. It was like the process of the birth of a galaxy, as if a universe was born and destroyed in a breath. The inspiration came from a distant era. In the legends described in the epic of Tsangji, before the gods had fallen asleep, there was a law called Tiamat, which was protected by 17,000 gods and formed the world known as the Wond. In this world, different gods, under Martha, were responsible for different laws and orders. Different laws and orders intertwined with each other, forming everything seen in the mortal world: the mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, the four seasons, the waking and waking of day and night, the flowing wind and clouds, the scorching fire and light, and the elements, life, and civilization. At the bottom of this web of laws, 7,000 secondary gods managed the divine kingdoms and the mortal world. Among them, the god of pottery, Kalidas, was in charge of the laws of pleasure and art. In addition, there was also the goddess of winter, who was in charge of the northern wind, winter, and midnight. The follower of Kalidas was the god of wisdom, Ra, who was also the sun god Perkin and was in charge of the domain of wisdom and power. The protector of the goddess of winter was the king of ages Salamentus, the monarch of wind, the ruler of the wind element, and one of the four main elves. Further up, the master god of the wisdom god system was the wisdom dragon crystal. Logic and magic were its domains. And its old rival, the azure dragon Calamity, was in charge of the misfortune of the world. Elements and destruction were its kingdom, and it was the master god of all the elemental gods. Among the 7 master gods, there was the dragon of war Tiamat, the dragon of fury Alphonse, the dragon of storm Dalaster, the dragon of eternity Emerald, and the dragon of life Blazing. The dragons controlled the 7 major domains of the world, so they were called the dragons of the world. Logic and magic, elements and destruction, energy and order, fate and entropy, time and space, eternity and destruction, creation and life, constituted everything in the world. And above them, it was the power of existence. It was Martha's crown. In this pyramid-like structure, the domains and laws mastered by the gods were clearly seen from the bottom to the top, from the low to the high, from the trivial to the complex. From art and culture to wisdom, from wisdom to the domain of thinking, and then from the ultimate wisdom of mortals to the logic and order of the whole world. Since then, from the domain of the god of pottery Kalidas, to the dragon of the world, the crystal kingdom. He remembered that night in Rosalyn, in the warm bonfire of the smugglers' camp, there were occasional sparks from the charcoal fire, accompanied by crackling sounds, rising to the treetops along with the hot air. The sparks and the weak light represented one of the cornerstones of the world, elements and energy, and they respectively represented the domain and kingdom of the god of forges, Lysias, the lord of fire elements, Mammonsat, and the destroyer of all things, the azure dragon Calamity. And so, a door opened in Brando's heart. Behind the door was a brand new world. In that world, there seemed to be a thunder-like voice repeatedly echoing in Brando's heart, "Welcome to the kingdom of existence." Elements were the cornerstones of laws. And the power of elements mastered by mortals, from another perspective, was a miniature version of the laws and domains mastered by the gods. Perhaps, these two were originally one and the same. From the domain of the god of pottery Kalidas, one could finally trace back to the end of the wisdom of mortals, the crystal kingdom of the dragon of wisdom, the sparks that flew from the anvil of the god of forges, Lysias, would eventually fall back to the bottom of the river of flames, to the territory of the azure dragon Calamity. Then, from the weak and partial elements mastered by mortals, perhaps there was also a path to existence. And the way to embark on this path was to continuously try and perfect one's own elemental power. It would eventually open the door to the sage domain. But in between, there was still one last key. Brando had once paced back and forth in front of this door. From Rosalind's trip to the battlefield of Finhodos, he had tried repeatedly, but he had failed time and time again. Until White Tiamas opened up the authority of the Dragon of War for him in the battle against the Crystal Cluster. In that battle, he finally understood everything. Was his time and space elements unique? Obviously, they were not. 1,000 years ago, the legendary powerhouse of the Myrnas, the tyrant of the elements, the elemental emperor Tumen, also had such legendary elements. Before the Shire became a silver-robed mage, he had also mastered many fragments of the time element. In this world, how many elements of the highest level of fire were there? The genius of the Crew's people, the sage of the mortals, Flame Gretel, might be the peak of the fire element among mortals, but after this legend, there were many people who mastered the highest level of fire element in the Holy Cathedral of Fire, the Flame Family Knight, and the upper nobles of the Crew's people. In Saint Tassol and Fanzan, it was similar, not to mention in the land under the protection of the Roman Black Rose of Tua, the famous soul element of the dead. But in the domain of the gods, there would only be one of the same laws. In other words, in this world, there was only one god of pottery Kaladas, one god of forge Lys Hut, one god of wisdom Ra, and one elven king of fire elements, Maman Sot. Only one dragon could be called a crystal, and only one dragon could be called a calamity or Tiamat. So, in this world, there would only be 7 dragons of the world. And there would only be one power of existence. A supreme crown that belonged to Martha. So, what was the difference between elements and laws? And where was the key to open the kingdom of the sage lost? When Brando finally saw the only answer through the authority given to him by White. It was like a light in the darkness, but also like a distant star, in a dark world, shining with only light. Yes. That was the authority. Just as the Silver Queen told him about the secret of the gods, the authority of the gods, the authority of the Truth Parliament, the authority of the divine people, and the authority of the Planeswalker. Why could there still be faith on the earth after the gods had passed away? Why could the teachings left by the 4 sages still give their believers power? Where did the holy spells of the 4 holy temples come from? Why was Aswenlos called the dragon closest to the dragon god? Why was the star that represented her already shining in the sky when she existed in the modern world? Because the authority was already in their hands. The sage was the god. In the 1,000 years after the War of the Holy Saints, or even at the moment when the era of mortals came, the path of mortals to the kingdom of God was forever closed. On the earth, only those races that still retained the supreme authority in their blood, such as the managers, the planeswalkers, the members of the Truth Parliament, the upper echelons of the Earth Legion, the Dark Dragon, the warriors of the gods, the Golden Generation, the glorious scholars, and the Silver Generation. Only then could they open the door and have the opportunity to become the sage of the mortal world. Until the War of the Holy Saints, the magic tide 1,000 years ago, the world order changed, and the 4 annoying sages came into being and started a vigorous era. That time, the era of the last Golden Generation was overturned, and the era of the mortal civilization on the earth began to multiply. And until 1,000 years later, the great demonic tide came again. This time, the law of Tiamat completely changed, and the kingdom of the sage, which had been closed for a whole era, finally opened the door to the mortals after the gods had passed away and the Truth Parliament had been torn apart. And this time, what would it bring? Brando did not know, and perhaps no one would know. He raised the holy sword Odorfice and carefully felt the power flowing in his body. It was a power that was completely different from the elemental power. It was connected with the world and intertwined with each other. It was as if he could feel the passage of time in this hall with every movement. The hall, the stone pillars, the altar, and the structure of the space were all in his eyes. He only needed a thought to completely change it. That was the law. Although it was not perfect, it was already far beyond the mortal world. Chapter 1376. Thinking of this, Brando opened the interface again. The element column had completely changed. A hexahedron floated there like a silver Rubik's cube, slowly rotating. The text below had the following annotations: frowny face, seed of law, space, time. Secondary realm, aging, clock and pointer, travel, enchantment. The original space control was moved under the travel realm, and there was an additional long-distance directional teleportation ability. This ability required the user to have been to or seen the teleportation location before the teleportation. The distance must be within the same plane. The user couldn't cross planes and couldn't pass through the forbidden zone of the law. It required a large number of order points to cast. With Brando's current level of strength, he could only cast it once a day. The passage of time was included in the aging realm, and backtrack was included in the clock and pointer realm. At the same time, Brando could also control all spells and curses related to time, clock, and pointer. He was immune to related spells and could double the power of his own spells. Meanwhile, the original steadiness and sure hit attributes were divided into the barrier domain. Moreover, the steadiness attribute was now not only effective on weapons and equipment, but it also increased the effectiveness of all defense-related abilities by 100%. Moreover, when casting defense-related spells, the effects would also be doubled. At the same time, there was an additional imprisonment attribute under the enchantment realm. It could lock the evolution of all things in a certain area for a certain period of time, making all descriptions related to movement and movement completely stop. This ability had undoubtedly evolved to the original static attribute, but it was obviously much stronger than before. After all, relying on this ability, one could basically make everything in an area stop, not only living creatures, but also spells, incantations, energy, and elements. It could even be used to kill the opponent directly. As long as the opponent's cell activity, heartbeat, or blood flow were frozen, it could be used to kill living creatures. And as long as the molecular movement was still, most substances could be turned into ashes. Of course, corresponding to the power of this ability, it was a burden on the user. Just like the backtrack ability, the consumption of this ability depended on the user's way of using it. With Brando's current level, it was also in the category of a big move, and it was almost impossible to use it on opponents who exceeded his level of strength. Then there were the attributes of the body and soul. Just like in his previous life, the data behind the original strength, physique, dexterity, intelligence, willpower, spirit, and bloodline attributes became the way to describe the perfect body. For example, his strength, which was originally close to 700 points, had become strength, iron 7, vitality and dexterity, iron 9, and dexterity, iron 4, intelligence, iron 2, willpower, iron 10, perception, iron 6, and bloodline, iron 1. This attribute surprised Brando slightly. In his previous life, he had not experienced the Sage domain. He had directly simulated the perfect body level through the War Slate. When players completed the War Slate quest and reached the perfect body, their attributes would be Black Iron level 1 before reaching the Bronze body. In other words, it was the same level as his current Sage domain. However, in his previous life, when he had just achieved perfect physique, his attributes had not been so exaggerated. After reaching perfect physique, the maximum number of attributes per level was 10. After 10 points, the attributes would be displayed as 10 plus or 10 plus plus. It was only after reaching the next stage of perfect physique that the attributes prefix would change accordingly. Generally speaking, the Black Iron attributes would be about 150 times the attributes before perfect physique was achieved. In other words, 7 Black Iron strength was about the same as his original 1050 strength. Of course, even if there were players who had accumulated 1050 strength before perfect physique, they would still be at a disadvantage when fighting against a Black Iron physique player with 7 strength. After all, perfect physique also had the divine power attribute. This was similar to level suppression. When ordinary players faced players with perfect physique, including hit rate, highest and lowest attack, magic immunity, luck, and critical hit rate, all of the random values would be tilted towards the lowest. However, players with perfect physique would be the opposite. In other words, When ordinary players faced players with perfect physique, even if their attack power was similar, they would have almost no chance of winning. In Brando's previous life, when he had perfect physique, his basic attributes were around Black Iron level 3 or 4. His inferior attributes usually did not exceed 2. Compared to his current attributes, it was simply incomparable. At the same time as his attributes changed, his original equipment's attributes also changed. The items that originally directly increased the attribute value on his equipment had changed to increase the attribute percentage. Originally, the silver and gold tier equipment did not increase the attribute by more than 0.1 to 0.2%. Meanwhile, the legendary equipment that could maintain their attributes were all around 1%. The excellent ones could even reach 3%. On the other hand, the divine equipment and legendary equipment that he had obtained from Miss Tada had all increased his strength by more than 5%. For example, the belt of lightning power had increased his strength by 10%. According to the original data, the belt of lightning power had increased his strength by more than 100 points. It was even stronger than its original attributes. However, the biggest change was the sacred sword Odorfice. Brando realized that after he entered the Sage domain, the sacred sword of fire's attributes in his hand had completely changed. Odorfice attributes were now as follows: Golden Flame Blade, Odorfice, Awaken, Attack Power, Gold 9. The wielder of this sword is the master of all fire. Almost all of Odorfice attributes had been replaced, and there was an additional Awaken status under the sword's name. Brando faintly felt that it might have something to do with him entering the Sage domain. In his previous life, there was a legend that only gods could truly unleash the power of divine equipment. However, in his previous life, there were no real gods among the players. There were only a bunch of fake gods. Not to mention that he had never even touched a divine equipment before, so he could only guess. He saw that the divine equipment's skills had disappeared, and the description of fire immunity no longer appeared on the sword. There was only a simple sentence left: the wielder of this sword is the master of all fire. In fact, the Thorn of Light that he had obtained from Gerald's tomb also had a similar description. That sentence was in Elven language, and when translated into Crew's language, it was, "The sword is born from the light, and it chills the courage of all enemies." However, that was only a description, but Brando faintly felt that this description of sacred sword Odorfice might not be as simple as a description. He tried to cast a fire elemental magic on himself, and as expected, the word immune popped up in the battle log. This discovery enlightened him. In other words, Odorfice's previous attributes might have been completely preserved and summed up in this simple sentence. However, this description clearly did not only have the fire immunity attribute. The so-called master of all fire, Brando faintly felt that this attribute might also be able to control the fire elemental magic and skills cast by others. However, he did not let Huang Hui use the Red Lotus Hellfire on himself, and instead looked at the other menu on his character panel. Other than the character attributes, there were also some changes to his talents. All of his talents had the prefix Sage, which meant that his talents would take precedence over all non-Sage skills, spells, and talents. However, what made Brando a little depressed was that almost all of his talents were passive talents, and there were almost no resistance attributes. Therefore, this change did not mean much to him. However, the stubborn talent had become immortal, and its attributes had changed. In addition to the original passive attribute, the owner of the talent could also actively use it to resist all damage for 5 minutes. However, after actively using it, the original passive attribute would also lose its effect during the 1-day cooldown. This active effect and passive effect had their advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it could prevent the user from entering a state of near death after the effect ended, and there was no need to think of ways to recover his HP. After all, although the original stubborn talent could also absorb damage, the absorbed damage was unavoidable. Moreover, important parts such as the heart and head could not be protected. However, the disadvantage was that the active effect's duration was too short, and it would cancel out the passive effect, so it was undoubtedly much weaker in terms of survival. This was a choice between active and passive. He still had to consider how to use it. In different environments, the effects were obviously very different. The self-healing, tenacity, and unyielding talents under Immortal were combined into one, becoming the perfect body. The effect was that the recovery ability was increased by 10 times from the original foundation, and it also had an effect on fatal and crippling injuries. As long as the heart and head were not fatally injured, even if the body was completely destroyed, it would be completely restored with the recovery of life. This secondary talent surprised Brando a little because it was basically equivalent to the immortal body, an A+ talent in his previous life. Although the immortal body had the ability to revive, it was after all a main talent, and this was just a derivative talent of the immortal talent. The frenzy effect of the destiny talent, the Fool, increased the level of the body by 1 during the duration. This meant that when he activated the frenzy effect, the original Iron Rank level 7 strength attribute would become Bronze Rank level 7, which was basically double. There was not much difference from the original effect, and he could still use it twice a day. The fourth mark in the ancient people did not have any changes. The Chosen One had an increase in level, and there was an additional entry that allowed the army he led to obtain the heroic talent and a 10% increase in attributes, similar to the ability of a halo. As for the remaining skills, there were not many changes. There was also the addition of the Sage prefix, and the elite skills had an additional skill called Deification, which increased all attributes by 20%. In addition to the original 30% of the elite skills, the additional attributes had increased to 50%. When Brando saw this entry, he suddenly understood why the attributes of his perfect body were so much higher than he had imagined. Chapter 1377. Brendel turned off the screen, and only then did he snap out of his thoughts. The hall was silent at this moment, and only the sound of breathing could be heard. The cultists were frightened by the power of his sword and did not dare to move. After the patriarch who fled first was tripped by Huang Hua's sword and fell to the ground, the little girl put the scabbard on his neck, unable to move. As for the others, the members accompanying him on this trip, as well as the two sisters, Ling and Lotus, were all looking at him as if he was a monster. Splitting the sea with a sword and the power of the laws of time had exceeded the limits of ordinary people's understanding. "Mr. Brando, you've become stronger again." Lute flew in front of Brando and said in surprise, "We've only been separated for a short time, and you've already crossed this boundary. Even the sages might not have achieved as much as you." As expected of the Flaming Blade's adorer. "If I'm not wrong, you must be the person in the prophecy." "Lute, why are you here?" "I've always been around here. I've been looking for your whereabouts these days. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the prime material world. Fortunately, I met Miss Lotus." "Miss Lotus?" The fairy looked at the little girl standing behind Ling and nodded. "Miss Lotus is my friend. She had promised to take me to Erewhon." "You might not be able to find me in Erewhon," Brando replied. At the same time, he glanced at the little girl standing behind Ling. The little girl looked about the same age as her sister. The two of them were about the same height. She was wearing an old robe with frayed corners and a pair of wooden shoes. Although she looked thin and weak, at least she was clean and tidy. Although she covered most of her face with a hood, she did not purse her lips tightly like Ling. The curve of her lips was much softer, and her temperament was not so cold. Half of the little face exposed under the hood was exquisite, like a porcelain doll. Her slightly messy hair hung down her cheeks. Although she was wearing a pair of large glasses, if one looked carefully, her appearance was not inferior to Ling's at all. Brando thought to himself that Bai's two daughters were each more outstanding than the other, but the Silver Elves' bloodline wouldn't be too bad either, even though only half of the silver blood flowed through their veins. "Perhaps, but I have no other choice," Lute replied. "I only know that Mr. Brando is from Erewhon. If I don't hear from you in Erewhon, I plan to go to Tonajal. I think you will eventually return to that place, right?" This was the truth, and Brendel nodded in agreement. "But Mr. Brando," Lute asked again, "why are you here again? Are you here to deal with these sheephead believers?" "It's for another thing." Brando shook his head. There were so many pagans here, so he didn't elaborate. Fortunately, although most of the sprites were ignorant, Lute was different. He followed Brando all the way from the elemental frontier. Since then, Miss Ta and the Sage of the White Tower knew how important this human's expectations were, so they didn't ask. When Brando withdrew his gaze, the little girl standing behind Ling raised her head. A pair of silver eyes were hidden behind the thick glasses. Through the cracks on the glasses, she looked at the human man with some surprise. Who is this person? That kind of power, I'm afraid even the legendary extreme planes can't do it, right? He is a sage. But how can he be so young? And he actually used the laws of time and space to birth the seed of law. Lotus thought of the conversation between the little girl with the sword and the human man. She thought of the books she read in Masada and the church, and compared them one by one. Her heart couldn't help but surge with shock. She was stunned for a moment. And Brando also recognized Lotus at a glance. She was the little girl who almost bumped into him outside the temple. He still felt pity for her at that time. It was a pity that such a young girl had been bewitched by the sheephead cult into a fanatical believer. At this moment, when he saw her again, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but he felt a little lucky. Lotus actually recognized Brando, but her feelings at the moment were much more complicated. She wondered why the other party knew her sister, and another deeper question, the obscure prophecy, a prophecy that had been passed down for thousands of years since the beginning of the mortal era. In addition, she had framed Fang Qi not long ago, and now it seemed that the Nine Phoenix person was obviously a companion of this human man. It was still unknown whether the other party would trouble her or not. She couldn't help but glance at Fang Qi cautiously. The latter had just recovered from the pressure of a Kentu and noticed the little girl's gaze. He immediately understood that the other party was the culprit who had previously created the chaos. For a moment, new and old hatred surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but glare at her fiercely. Lotus was so scared that she took a step back and almost fell on the podium of the temple. Fortunately, Ling quickly grabbed his sister and then turned back to glare at Fang Qi. Could it be that the genius swordsman of our phantom chariot lineage has now been reduced to only daring to lose his temper at little girls? Brando stopped talking with Lute, glanced over, and said. Fang Qi snorted coldly. Of course, he disdained to make a move on a powerless half-elf girl. It was just a subconscious action. After seeing that the opponent was just a little girl, he lost interest. He stood up and straightened his robe. He turned his head back in disdain, but his eyes were discreetly and cautiously looking at the traces left behind by Brendel's previous use of the law of time. Brando looked at Ling and asked, "This is your sister?" Ling glanced at Fang Qi again warily and nodded silently. Congratulations, sisters reunited. A soft smile appeared on Brando's somewhat tense face, but when he thought of Akenta's words, the worry in his eyes did not fade. Ling, you know that I know Miss Alaz? Did she tell you? No, Ling shook his head. I have seen Miss Alaz once, Mr. Brando. You talked to the demon, I guess you might know her. Where have you seen her? In the square. They placed the slaves who participated in the live sacrifice near the square, and I saw Miss Alaz there. In Harland? Not long ago? Yes. She escaped? Yes. Brando took a breath. Ling, do you know where she is now? You are going to save Miss Alaz? Brando nodded. Miss Alaz saved me. I don't know where she is, but I know where she went. I can lead the way for you, but Danuk's army should have already rushed in that direction. It may be dangerous there. Ling looked up at him calmly and said carefully. Thank you, Ling, can we leave now? Yes, but, don't worry, Brando shook his head disdainfully. Danuk and his motley crew are nothing in my eyes. No, Ling looked at the cloak in the hand of the shepherd who was restrained by Huang Hua, and pointed to the other party. That's my cloak. Huang Hua, bring that cloak over. Huang Hua nodded to her teacher, picked up the cloak with the scabbard, and threw it over. Brando reached out and caught the cloak, then handed it to the little girl in front of him. Okay, now it's returned to its owner. Ling glanced at him, nodded, took the cloak with both hands, then carefully folded it, and carefully put it into the backpack. After doing all this, he turned around and said to Lotus behind him, wait for me here. Sister, Mr. Brando helped us, I must repay them. Miss Alaz also saved me, now she is in danger, we can't sit back and do nothing. Lotus's lips moved, she looked at the others present, then looked at Brando, and finally nodded. I will protect your sister, Miss Lotus, don't worry. Brando comforted her. I understand, Mr. Brando. Lotus lowered her body and bowed to him. Thank you, Mr. Brando. I apologize for offending you earlier. Brando saw that the two sisters' temperaments were somewhat different. Ling was not good at socializing, but she had her own opinions in her heart. The younger sister seemed to have a softer temperament, but was gentle and generous, like an educated daughter. He turned to the others and said, Alaz is a friend of mine from the Dragon Clan. She may have run into some trouble. I'll be back soon. Everyone, go to the dock and find a boat. We'll meet at the port area then. Brendel looked at Mr. Liu as he spoke. Mr. Liu, I'll leave this to you. Teacher, Huang Hua quickly said, I will go with you. Miss, listen to Mr. Brando's orders. Mr. Liu nodded to Brando and said to Huang Hua, Mr. Brando is right, even that demon is no match for him. The lords here are no threat to Mr. Brando. What we need to do now is to occupy the port, in case the cultists react and do something desperate. Huang Hua looked at Brando, and after getting an affirmative answer from his expression, she stopped talking. Mr. Brando, be careful. Princess Magadal also spoke. I will, thank you, Miss Magadal. Brando reached out his hand to Ling. He was wearing leather gloves. The half-elf lady hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and placed it in his palm. Lute whistled, and without asking for Brando's permission, he flew to his shoulder and sat down. Fortunately, Brando did not object. Chapter 1378. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the setting sun was slowly sinking into the depths of the endless sea. The setting sun seemed to evaporate the surrounding water vapor, causing the clouds to become distorted. In the little female dragon's golden pupils, it was a huge fireball that was sinking under the sea, surrounded by a circle of green jade. The noisy sound of people and dogs barking came to her ears through the bushes not far away. If it were any other time, she would only need to release a little bit of her aura to make the hounds whine and crawl on the ground, not daring to move an inch. But at this moment, she could not, because the pursuers would also immediately find her hiding here. But even if she did not move, it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. This made Alaz feel a sense of despair. Her body was covered with large and small wounds, some of which had even turned into pus. Her originally bright and beautiful golden pupils were now dim, as if they would dissipate at any time. Although those wounds were not all the masterpieces of those humans, especially the deepest ones, which looked like they were torn by claws, the flesh rolled, and the wounds turned white. The hounds finally smelled the strong smell of blood in this direction, and the barking sound was getting closer and closer. Not long after, there was a rustling sound in the bushes not far away, and a few hounds came out from under the grass, baring their teeth, and bumped into Alaz. These beasts also faintly felt that Alaz had an aura that made them uneasy, and dared not come closer at a certain distance, only barking at the little female dragon. Get out of my way. Alaz raised her hand, and a moon arc swept between the hounds, and the heads of several hounds flew high into the air. The remaining hounds whimpered in fear and turned around to leave. Alaz knew that she had been exposed, and stood up with the support of the small tree behind her, intending to continue to escape into the depths of the valley. But just as she turned around, there was a sharp whistling sound behind her, and a pain in her shoulder. The huge force caused her to stagger forward and almost fall to the ground. Alaz's vision went dark. She gritted her teeth and looked back, only to see a crossbow bolt stuck in her left shoulder. The bolt cut through the muscles between the shoulder blade and drilled into it. If it was an ordinary person's left hand, it would probably be crippled. But she was a dragon, and this injury could only be considered a minor injury to her. The real threat came from the deep wounds on her body and the excessive loss of blood. If she was at her peak, these humans would not be a threat to her at all. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Allah saw the humans with torches, spears and crossbows surrounding her, and suddenly a deep sadness welled up in her heart. You damned heathens, how dare you attack the dragon? One day, the wrath of revenge will descend upon you, and you and your master will be torn to pieces. Allah growled angrily. Revenge. Ha ha ha. The heretic laughed arrogantly. The dragon race is finished, little beauty. A gloomy voice came from the crowd. The voice sneered, otherwise, how would you have fallen to this state? Indeed, I admit that giant dragons have a noble golden bloodline, but unfortunately, the more noble your bloodline is, the greater your value as a sacrifice will be. Your blood, life, and soul will all belong to the Supreme Lord of Purgatory. Dream on, Dinook. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Allah showed her sharp teeth and said angrily. Unfortunately, the vitality of dragons is too strong. In your current state, even if you commit suicide, you will not be able to do it. How sad, you can't even maintain your dragon form, why are you forcing yourself here? A gloomy middle-aged man walked out from behind the crowd. He was wearing a brown gold sheep-headed robe. It was the master of Hardland, Dinook. He gestured to the guards on the side and pointed at Allah's. Tie her up, be careful, don't touch her. She's a sacrifice to Lord Akentu. If she loses a single hair, I'll have your heads rolling. A few heretics immediately came forward with ropes. Allah's golden eyes lit up slightly. She opened her mouth and suddenly a few trembling sounds came from the depths of her throat, srack, and, dot. A silver shockwave swept out with her as the center, sweeping towards the heretics who were close to her. The heretics did not have time to react before they were blown away. Before their bodies landed on the ground, they had already exploded in midair. The shockwave continued to move forward and continued to sweep towards Dinook, who was blocking its path. Dinook's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and a black crystal ring on his right index finger shone brightly. Almost at the same time, a black ball of light opened and enveloped him. The moment the ball of light opened, it collided with the silver shockwave. The surface of the ball of light fluctuated violently, and the silver shockwave finally disappeared. Even so, the shockwave's aftermath still passed through the ball of light and swept towards Dinook's chest. The latter groaned and his face turned pale. At least he did not end up like his subordinates. The moment Dinook flashed the ring, Allah's closed her eyes in despair. Her long-planned attack did not manage to kill this despicable human. Could it be that the dragons were really abandoned by their creator and majestic father? Philofa. I'm sorry, a drop of golden tear slid down Allah's cheek. String magic. Dinook roared. In this world, among the pure destructive magic, only string magic had such power. He knew very well that he had walked back and forth from the gates of hell. If he did not have the ring of absolute protection on his hand, that attack would have been enough to make him follow in the footsteps of his subordinates. But the ring of absolute protection was so precious and could only be used once. It could be said that it was equivalent to a second life. He never dreamed that he would waste it in such a place. Dinook was furious. Without thinking, he pulled out his sword and stabbed towards Allah's. He knew very well that the vitality of dragons was tenacious. 1 or 2 stabs would not be fatal, but at least he could make this damned woman suffer a little. And she was so weak, she was definitely not a match for him. He raised his sword, but Allah's did not seem to hear him. At this moment, her mind was drifting. What she saw was not the gleaming blade in Dinook's hand, but the nightmarish memories and scenes that tormented her day and night, repeatedly replaying in front of her eyes. The monsters that covered the sky, the tragic war, and the huge, terrifying black sphere behind the clouds. She saw Philofa knocking her away and flying into the sphere without hesitation, looking at her with a resolute and farewell gaze. Birth, war, and death. It was as if this was the life of a dragon. Allah knew that Dinook would not kill her here, but it did not make a difference. It was just a matter of time. After losing the protection of the dragon god, all the dragons had become wandering ghosts in the wound. The golden bloodline had fallen. From now on, there would no longer be such a proud and powerful creature in the wound. She quietly waited for the tearing pain of the blade piercing into her body. But after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. Instead, a gurgling sound reached her ears. The sound was like the murmurs of a human being due to extreme fear. Am I hallucinating? Alaz was slightly stunned. She hesitated for a moment before opening one of her eyes slightly. She first saw Danuk, the master of Hardland, holding a long sword. The tip of the sword was pointed at her chest, less than an inch away. However, this 1 inch of distance had become a natural moat. Danuk's face was red, but no matter if he moved forward or backward, he could not make the sword waver. Then he was horrified to find that even letting go had become an extravagant hope. Every inch of space around his body seemed to be completely locked. Other than his thoughts, he could not move at all. This is, he maintained his last movement before this, and even his body was suspended in midair. The expression on his face changed from anger to shock, and then from shock to fear. Because he could not speak, a gurgling sound finally came out from the depths of his throat. As a master of the elemental enlightenment, Danuk quickly understood what he was facing. The extreme planes, the law of space and time. Then he saw the figure standing behind Alaz. A young man, holding a half-elf girl's hand. What kind of combination was this? This was Danuk's last thought. You can't kill me, I am Lord Akenta's servant. He suddenly seemed to have broken free from the restraints of space and screamed. But what awaited him was a dark golden sword. The blade pierced through his throat. Danuk's eyes widened, and he could only watch his dirty blood spurt out. Alaz turned her head back in a daze. But when the little female dragon saw the hand holding the sword, and saw the owner of the hand holding the sword, she seemed to be stunned, as if she was in a dream. And Danuk's subordinates, the sheephead disciples, seemed to have gone crazy when they saw this scene. They all pulled out their weapons and roared as they rushed towards Brando. Brando, be careful, there is Akenta's adorer among them. Allah's memory of Brando's strength was still on the battlefield of Ampere Seal. But she immediately saw Brando slowly pull out the sword from Danuk's throat. The dark golden blade, with golden red cracks on the ridge of the sword. She suddenly opened her mouth wide. Because she knew this sword. This sword had many names, but only one belonged to Cruz. Flaming Blade, Odorfice. Brando raised the sword, from left to right, and gently slashed. A bright golden line, from left to right, extended from the waist of all the sheephead disciples. The name of the sword, Odorfice, the Kingdom of Flames. The golden lines suddenly separated, and then flames rose. Chapter 1379. Alaz looked at Brando in a daze, as if she did not know him. She had thought of all kinds of possibilities, but even in her most bizarre fantasy, she did not expect that the weak human who was still under her protection would appear here at this time to save her. Also, how did the other party become so strong? She faintly felt that she had missed a lot of things during the time she was grounded. Brando also looked at Alaz silently, and he could hardly recognize her. The little female dragon had grown taller than the last time she left, and her original Lolita body had also developed, and she was almost a head taller. Although her face was still childish, she could be considered a young girl. However, the other party's condition was obviously not very good. He looked at the shocking wounds on Alaz's body, her pale face, and her shaky appearance, and could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. He still remembered the lively little girl who left Ampere Seal. Although her personality was a bit bad, she was not like this. But he never thought that when the two of them met again, it would be in such a scene. Alaz, Brando said. This sentence seemed to hit the softest part of the little female dragon's heart. Brando. She cried, and suddenly crashed into Brando's arms. Brando only felt like he was hugging a cannonball that had just been fired. His face changed, and he almost fell over. He could not help but grit his teeth. But he still subconsciously hugged the humanoid little female dragon tightly, because he could feel the fear and uneasiness in the other party's heart. Alaz was trembling in his arms. Was this really the little female dragon who had a wild personality and liked to play pranks? He did not know what kind of experience could turn Alaz into this, and for a moment he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Gently patting the little female dragon's shoulder, Brando asked softly, "Alaz, what happened? You also participated in the battle in Cruz." Alaz did not speak, but just hugged him tightly, pressed her cheek against his chest, and closed her eyes. Brando sighed. All right. He could only gently stroke the little female dragon's golden curls while comforting her. "It's all over, we've found you, Alaz. Don't be afraid." But his gentle words seemed to have touched a sore spot in Alaz's heart. The little female dragon burst into tears and stuttered, "Brendel, Falafa." "Falafa, Brando's heart tightened as he asked, "What's wrong, Miss Farofa?" "Flora, she doesn't recognize me, woo-woo." "Ah." Brando was stunned. He had already prepared for the worst, thinking that Flora had already fallen in Cruz's battlefield. After all, in Madara's brief description, the war that the dragons participated in was so tragic that even the hero of the dragons, Oenlos, died in that battle. Who knew how many dragons died on that battlefield? But the little female dragon's words instantly stunned him. "She doesn't recognize you? What does that mean?" Alaz wiped her tears and suddenly looked up with teary eyes and whispered, "Stinky human, you'll help me, won't you?" Brendel was speechless for a while. This female dragon really changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. She had just woken up a little, and the way she addressed him immediately dropped a level. Who was the one who was crying so hard just now, clinging onto him like an octopus and refusing to let go? But even so, he nodded and at the same time took out a milky white fluorescent bottle from his arms and said, "Alaz, drink this first." "What is this?" The little female dragon stared at the thing in his hand suspiciously. "The angelic heart vase." Alaz's golden eyes lit up. "Ah. This is the angelic heart vase." As soon as she finished speaking, her claws had already reached out. Brando had already expected it. He retracted his hand and put the angelic heart vase away. "Give me." Brendel glared at her and was too lazy to bother with her. "Open your mouth." "Humph." The little female dragon turned her head away in disdain. "Do you want to save Miss Fuluafa? Despicable human, that's your fiancé." The little female dragon glared at him angrily. "How dare you threaten me with this? Are you going to open your mouth or not?" Alaz was almost angered to death. She glared at Brando angrily, but finally opened her mouth reluctantly. "Ah." Brando then unscrewed the cap of the angelic heart vase and dripped a drop on her tongue. Alaz retracted her tongue and looked at him angrily. Brando was originally worried that the angelic heart vase could not produce the expected effect with the vigorous vitality of the dragon race. But he did not expect that after only a moment, the wounds on Alaz's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The effect produced was even better than when he used it himself. Only then did he realize that creatures with vigorous vitality seemed to stimulate the effect of the angelic heart vase more. Alaz finally noticed the half-elf girl at the side and could not help but be surprised. "It's you?" "It was Ling who brought me to find you," Brando said. "If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found you so quickly." "I see. Thank you, little one," Alaz said in an old-fashioned manner. Ling looked at her and shook his head. "Miss Alaz, if you hadn't saved my life, I would have been a corpse in the square. At that time, I didn't have time to thank you. Then we're even." Alaz held out her hand, holding a golden dragon scale in the palm of her hand. "This is for you. This is the friendship of our dragon race." Ling was slightly stunned. "Take it," Brando said. "This is not a reward, just a proof of friendship." But he did not tell the half-elf girl that holding this thing was equivalent to saying that she was protected by the dragon race. Killing a dragon friend in the mortal world was not a trivial matter. Just like killing, imprisoning, or enslaving a dragon, one would have to bear the wrath of the dragon. Of course, the current dragon race may not be what it used to be, but that was another story. Ling thought for a moment, looked at the dragon scale in his hand, and then accepted it. Brando glanced at the two and saw that Alaz was still recovering. He could not help but ask, "But how did you two meet?" He had asked Ling the same question before, but the half-elf girl obviously did not like to talk much and did not answer this question. Alaz, on the other hand, was not conflicted about this and described the situation at the time. It turned out that Ling thought that his sister had fallen into the hands of the sheephead cult and wanted to sneak into the square to find her. As a result, he accidentally triggered the magic alarm set by the sheephead cult near the square. If he had not run into Alaz, who had finally broken the seal and escaped from the square, he would have fallen into the hands of the furious sheephead cult. Alaz originally thought that Ling was a local and wanted to get information from him. She did not expect that the half-elf girl also knew nothing about Hadran. She could only leave in disappointment. Originally, the little female dragon wanted to take Ling with her before leaving, but Ling came here to save his sister. Without seeing his sister, it was naturally impossible for him to go with Alaz, so the two parted ways. Later, in order to get his cloak back, Ling followed the sheephead cult's patriarch all the way to the temple, but he did not expect to meet his sister and their group. After listening to this description, Brando could not help but sigh at the coincidence of this matter. If Ling had not come to the temple at that time, found his sister, and happened to attract a Kentu, he would not have known that the dragon used as a living sacrifice by the cultists was actually Alaz. If he had not known this, he might not have intervened in this matter. Although he had some relationship with the dragon clan, it was not to the extent that he had to pull out his sword to help. In fact, there were also good and evil in the dragon clan, and the dragon queen was a clear example. If it had not been for this series of events, he might have really missed Alaz. And if the little female dragon did not come to his rescue today, the consequences of staying here could be imagined. Thinking of this, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At this time, the injuries on Alaz's body had finally recovered under the powerful effect of the angel's heart vase. When the last wound slowly scabbed over, the little female dragon's face finally flashed with a hint of excitement. "It's done." As she said, she grabbed Brando's hand and dragged him forward 2 steps. At the same time, she showed her dragon's little fangs and said in a childish voice, let's go save your fiancé." Wait At the same time when Alaz grabbed his arm, Brando could not help but gasp. He only felt that his hand was covered by an iron clamp. Even with the power of his sage domain, he could not help but be dragged forward by the former, which made him have a clear understanding of the power of the dragon clan. In the past, he might have had no resistance, but now his level of power had surpassed the little female dragon. He hurriedly grabbed the little female dragon's wrist, pulled her back, and asked, "What's the situation with my fiancé? You even took Flofa's earring. According to our dragon tradition, she is your fiancé." The little female dragon felt a little annoyed when Brando grabbed her wrist, but she struggled twice and could not break free. She said in surprise, "Stinky human, your power?" Brando pretended not to hear, and only asked the important part, "By the way, what happened to Miss Flofa?" At the mention of Flofa, Alaz's expression suddenly became gloomy again. Her eyes were slightly red, and she whispered, "Flofa was controlled by the Twilight Dragon. I wanted to save her, but she attacked me crazily as if she did not know me. I did not dare to fight back and accidentally got injured, fell into the swamp, and was caught by those little worms. They wanted to sacrifice me to the devil." Chapter 1380. Flora is being controlled by the Twilight Dragon? Brando asked curiously, "What's going on?" "I don't know," Alaz shook her head and said, "Brando, it's like this. The will of the Twilight Dragon has descended in the Crew's empire, and as the Golden People, the warriors of the gods, we dragons must respond to the call to fight. This is the will hidden in our blood, so Lady Owenlos gathered the entire dragon race, including our new generation of dragons, to accept the bloodline inheritance and rush to the battlefield. You've passed the coming of age ceremony?" Brando suddenly interrupted her. Alaz nodded. Brando stared at her suspiciously, wondering if this was not the case. This girl would not be able to pass the coming-of-age ceremony in her lifetime. What's with that look, stinky human? You passed the coming-of-age ceremony in such an opportunistic way, won't there be any repercussions? What do you mean opportunistic? The little female dragon exploded. Explain it to me clearly. Brando shrugged. What I mean is, if there are no repercussions, why don't you dragons let all the new generation of dragons accept the bloodline inheritance early on, so that the power of the dragon race can increase faster? Alaz thought for a moment and replied, the coming-of-age ceremony is actually just a ceremony. The bloodline inheritance is the core of it, and such an artificial obstacle is actually because of the division of the dragon race. After the War of the Holy Saints, the upper echelons of the dragon race believed that if they rashly accepted great power without a mature mind and sense of responsibility, it would lead to arrogance and overconfidence, and the final result would be depravity, so there was the division of the dragon race. For this reason, after that, the Senate set up the coming-of-age ceremony, and those who did not pass the coming-of-age ceremony would not be able to inherit the bloodline inheritance and obtain the corresponding power. So because of this reason, Brando glanced at Alaz and said, You've been a kid for more than 1,000 years? Shut up. The little female dragon was so angry that she bared her little fangs and bit Brando's arm. Ah! This time it was Brando's turn to scream. Alaz, are you a dog? Alaz snorted proudly before continuing the previous topic. In short, after we came to Cruz's battlefield, we found that the Cruz people were already at war with the Twilight Dragon's minions, so with the help of the Bugas, we formed an alliance with the Cruz people to resist the invasion of the Twilight Dragon together. We also sent a request for help to Fanzan and Saint Tossol, but that was later. As for whether the Fanzan and the Wind Elves sent troops in the end, because that was after the incident with Flora and I don't know. Cruz's people, Brando interrupted her again. Who's in charge of Cruz's people, Crown Prince? Alaz nodded. It's the eldest son of the Emperor, and their Azure Legion commander Veronica, and Arch-Saint Vala. Lady Veronica and Arch-Saint Vala? Brando pondered for a moment, thinking that it seemed that the Arch-Saint and Veronica's teleportation did not have any problems, so other than the few of them who were plotted against by Haku, everyone else should have been teleported to the correct location. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of the little fairy lute. It seemed that Haku had a reason for throwing loot in this area. Perhaps it was for the nature orb and the stagnation realm, but in his opinion, it was more likely because of Ling and Lien. He could not help but look at the half-elf girl beside him. At this time, the little female dragon continued. After arriving at the battlefield, one day, when Flora and I were patrolling the border of the Bankel area, we encountered something. As Alaz spoke, she described the situation that day, the horseshoe beetles that covered the sky and the huge black sphere that was hidden behind the clouds. When she talked about the sphere, her golden eyes could not help but show a look of uneasiness, as if she was in a foreign place, but she could still recall the despair and fear she felt at that time. I only caught a glimpse of it, but that aura can only mean one thing. It's a message buried deep within our bloodline. That majestic and vast will, as well as the resonance with our colossal dragon bloodline, can only belong to it. I couldn't believe it. Why would I meet the legendary existence that had passed away for an era in the camp of the Twilight Dragon on the battlefield? But, when it killed Silver Flash and the others, I knew that Flora and I were in danger. Lin Li said with a smile. Because, he was our father, the dragons were all created by him, and today he betrayed us, and the dragons no longer have a place in this world. Brando listened to Alaz's description. He actually knew about the descent of the Twilight Dragon's will. It should have happened after he left Rushta. In the elemental domain, the Twilight Dragon was resurrected by the soul of the Roman. Although it was sealed on the other side of the world crystal wall by Miss Tata, the Elf Queen, the Dragon Queen, and the Sage Eloranta in the following battle, he had seen the Twilight Dragon send countless claws through the elemental domain to wound. As the location of the Roman body, Rushta was obviously a disaster area. It was just that Alaz's description of the black sphere suspended between the clouds reminded him of the scene he saw in the City of Eternal Death, the scene where the goddess of the dead moon, Class, wanted to tear the barrier of the bit wall and descend into this world. How similar was it? However, compared to the power of the dragon god Bahamut, Class could only be regarded as a secondary god. Therefore, he agreed with Allah's judgment in an instant. The black ball was obviously the dragon god Bahamut who was breaking out of the wall. If not, it would not have the ability to disintegrate the combat power of several giant dragons in an instant. According to the little female dragon's description, she and Flofa should have been killed in the air battle in Bankwell before the results of the battle were out. At that time, Flofa bumped into Alaz and was sucked into the black sphere. Alaz chased after her in a hurry, and then the two were involved in the spatial turbulence, and then came to the vicinity of Tawkike. He glanced at the little female dragon and thought for a moment. He did not tell her the final result of the battle, because Alaz already looked mentally and physically exhausted and panicked. He really could not bear to see her suffer another blow. He thought that maybe it would not be too late to tell her the news after rescuing Flofa and letting Alaz's mentality be a little more stable. But then he thought of another thing. At that time, Flofa was sucked into the black sphere in place of Alaz was obviously intended by Bahamut, but Alaz's actions should have been unexpected by the other party, so of the two dragons, only Flofa was controlled by the Twilight Dragon, while Alaz always remained conscious. So where is Miss Flofa now, Alaz? Brando suddenly asked. I don't know. Alaz also frowned and shook her head. After we were thrown to this abominable place, Flofa immediately attacked me. No matter how I called her, she would not listen. I wanted to force her to land on the ground, but I was careless in the battle, and she hit my wings. Brando knew that the strength of the dragon's companions was often not too different from each other. The reason Alaz was so easily injured by Flofa was probably because she did not dare to hit too hard. One side did not recognize anyone, and the other side was timid. In a situation where the strength of one side was evenly matched, the result of the battle could be imagined. After you were injured and ran away, did you see which direction Miss Flofa left in? Brando asked again. My mind was in a mess at the time. I don't remember very clearly, but it should be south or east. In short, it should be one of these two directions, because I remember the position of the sun at that time. South? Where were you caught by the sheep's head followers? Alaz recalled for a moment. The dragon's memory was amazing. Even in a panicked situation, the little female dragon remembered many details. It was a swamp, but it was a little different from here. I did not see the coastline when I was in the sky. There was a town nearby. At that time, there were two groups of insects that came to catch me. I heard them talking. A group of people came from Roshak. Roshak? Brando was still looking for the place on the map in his mind, but Delphian beside him had already answered. That is the edge of the Tawkike swamp, northwest of here. Northwest? Brando's mind flashed. If Flofa really left in the southeast direction, was she not heading towards the direction of Hardlands? Brando, what do you think? Alaz apparently noticed his expression. Brando did not evade and nodded. I have some ideas. I think Bahamut's motive for sending Flofa here should not be simple. If your judgment is not wrong, the direction she went after leaving you should be the direction of Hardlands. I think there may be some connection between these two things. You mean Flofa came to help Akenta resurrect? The little female dragon's eyes flashed. She injured me, also to let me fall into the hands of the humans, so that I would become the main sacrifice of the living sacrifice? It's not that simple. Brendel shook his head. I don't think you were part of this plan. Felfa had already knocked you out of Bahamut's domain. If you didn't take the initiative to chase after her, you wouldn't have been teleported to Tawkike. Besides, it seems like Akenta's seal has loosened, and it's inevitable that it will break out. Danuk using you as the main sacrifice for this living sacrifice ritual will at most allow the sheep-headed demon to recover to its peak strength faster after breaking out of the seal. But with or without you, I don't think it will affect this plan too much. Chapter 1381. Although the dragon god had fallen, when Alaz mentioned that name, she still involuntarily added honorifics. Although Brando noticed this detail, he did not intend to remind her. He just sighed in his heart. He could understand how great a blow Bahamut's fall was to the dragons, but in fact, in his opinion, what would have a more far-reaching impact on the future of the dragons was actually the fall of Ovanlos. After all, the dragon god Bahamut had already passed away, and as the new dragon god candidate of the dragons, Ovanlos represented the future and hope of the dragons. The fall of the dragon clan's hero could be said to be a devastating blow to the dragon clan. It was also for this reason that he concealed this news and did not tell Alaz, because this news was too impactful for the dragons who were still in the dark. After listening to Alaz's words, Brando shook his head and said, "I'm just guessing that the purpose of Bahamut sending Flora here should be related to the resurrection of Akentu, but not necessarily directly. In fact, I'm not sure about this, but I think someone may be able to give some useful advice. I'll take you to see her." "You didn't come here alone?" The little female dragon froze for a moment before realizing the problem. "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? If I'm not wrong, this should be Madara's territory, right?" "I'm here for other things. It's for the orb of nature and the stagnation realm." "Wait, the stagnation realm? Why, you know this place too." Alaz hesitated for a moment before replying, "I've heard some rumors about this place." "There are many rumors, and it's hard to explain them all in a short time. How about this, you take me to meet the others first, and I'll tell you about the stagnation realm." Brando thought for a moment and nodded, "No problem." He turned back to Ling and said, "Ling, what are you and your sister going to do next?" Ling thought for a moment and replied, "If it weren't for this incident, my sister and I would have gone to the land of eternal death. If we still couldn't find news of our mother there, we would have returned to Erewhon." "If this is your next plan, I suggest you return to Erewhon," Brando replied. "Why, Mr. Brando?" Ling looked at him with a puzzled gaze. The claws of the Twilight Dragon have begun their invasion of Madara. In order to preserve their strength, the undead have decided to give up on the land of eternal death. They are heading north along the Sea of Eternal Silence towards Saint Tossol and Erewhon. If you return to the land of eternal death at this time, I'm afraid you will run into the army of the Twilight Dragon, Brando said solemnly. Ling bit his lower lip and said, "But, Mr. Brando, even if my sister and I return to Erewhon immediately, we have to pass through the land of eternal death. Unless we detour to the Dark Star Sea and take a boat back to Erewhon from there, this is the way we came. Is this safe now?" "I'm afraid this route won't work either, Ling. The sea is not safe now. The Lost Names have blocked the sea between the Dark Star Sea and the Tawu Strait. If you want to go home by sea, I'm afraid it's also impossible." The half-elf girl lowered her head when she heard his words, but after a while, she raised her head again and looked at him. "Mr. Brendel, are you saying that you want us to go with you?" Brando nodded. "We're going to a very dangerous place next, but even so, I still think it's safer for you two sisters to act with us. I'll entrust Miss Magadol to take care of you. You've met her. She's a very easygoing lady, you know." Ling thought for a moment and asked, "Mr. Brando, I want to discuss this with my sister. Is that okay?" "Of course," Brando replied, "I respect your opinions, but I still hope you can consider my suggestion carefully. In short, I'll take you back to the port to meet the others. Before going out to sea, you have enough time to think about this issue." Ling nodded. Brando smiled slightly. When he first saw this little girl in the Tochik swamp, he had a hunch that this little girl could find her sister, even without relying on anyone's help. Her strong and independent qualities could leave a deep impression on anyone. He had seen the same kind of impression on excellent women like Bai Jia, Freya, and even Delphian. In a sense, they were all the same kind of people, with the ability and determination to dominate their own destinies. But the power of will was not omnipotent. After the undead abandoned Madara, it had become a land of death. Under such circumstances, the possibility of the two little girls crossing this land of death was very slim. If he left them alone in such a situation, it would be like watching them die. He had a good impression of this little elven girl, and even if she was Haku's descendant in the mortal world, he could not let them choose this path of death. After all, on his path to the sanctum, Haku had shown him the way twice. The first time was in the eternal frozen glacier, and the second time was on the battlefield of Fenhodos. Especially the second time, when Haku gave him the authority of Tiamat for a short period of time. This allowed him to fully understand the biggest threshold on the road to becoming a sage. Only then could he use his elements to seize authority from the law of time and space and forge his own seed of law. However, Brando faintly felt that the reason why it was so easy for him to cross this door was because of the mysterious supreme authority in his body. It seemed that the higher the level of power and domain he touched, the more obvious the influence of this authority on his path. But in any case, Haku had done him a favor, and it was reasonable for him to repay her through these two daughters. Hadland, Port Area. It did not take long for Brando to return to Hadland with Alaz and Ling to find the others who stayed in the port area. Mr. Liu did not let him down. At this moment, he had already taken a ship from the sheep-headed cult. But in fact, since Brando's shocking sword, Hadland Port had been in a state of chaos. The Lord of Purgatory, Akenta's avatar, was beheaded by Brando, and Lord Danuk had not returned since he left the city. Of course, at this time, the city had not received the news of Danuk and his men's annihilation. So in fact, at this moment, Hadland Port was in a delicate state, and that was, no one really meant what they said. Admittedly, although there were still some nobles in Danuk's family, as well as large and small retainers, even Danuk's eldest son and second son were still in the city, and on the sheep-headed cult side, more than a dozen patriarchs were still alive. But unfortunately, when Danuk was in power, he was both the great patriarch and the city lord of Hadland. He was the supreme authority of Hadland, and also the leader of the sheep-headed cult in the Takiki area. It could be said that other than Akentu, the Lord of Purgatory, he was the most important person in the city. And Akentu rarely intervened in mortal affairs except for matters related to the removal of his seal and the preparation of the living sacrifice. He also did not care about these trivial matters. So in fact, in Hadland, Danuk was actually the supreme ruler in a de facto sense, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the monarch of Takiki. In such a situation, he had no reason to want or allow anyone other than himself to share his power. Even his own children were no exception. And this led to the fact that when he and Akentu were not in Hadland City, no one in the port had enough authority to order others around. Therefore, although the city was in chaos, and there was even news of the port area being attacked by strangers, in the end, only a group of guards from the city lord's mansion came to suppress the situation. And it was this group of guards that set off from the city lord's mansion, dragging their feet all the way and circling around Hadland City several times along the way. When they finally arrived at the dock, all they could see was Brando and the others' sails on the sea. Of course, this did not mean that the sheep-headed cult soldiers were not well trained, or that they were not loyal to the great Lord of Purgatory, Akentu. But after all, they were not fools. Brando's sea-splitting sword was obvious to almost everyone in Hadland City. Let a group of people like them deal with such a powerful person? It would be more meaningful to leave their useful bodies to serve Lord Akentu, wouldn't it? Although the sheep-headed cult's disciples were fanatical, they were not simple-minded. They could still understand that their choice was more meaningful and more in line with the interests of the sheep-headed cult. Ling stood by the side of the ship and silently looked at the Hadland harbor that gradually disappeared on the horizon. Lotus stood beside her and looked at her sister carefully. The little girl seemed to be thinking about something in her heart. After hesitating several times, she finally could not help but ask, "Sister?" Ling turned around. It was as if his eyes would only soften a little when he looked at his sister. Lotus thought about it but did not speak again. She was still hesitating about her sister's choice. When her sister told her that she had decided to leave Hadland City with these people, she was very surprised. Of course, this did not mean that she was deeply wary of Brando and the others. In fact, she and Lute were quite good friends. She had also heard some rumors about Brando from the little fairy. Although she was not very familiar with Brando and the others, she was not completely unfamiliar with them. And it seemed that her sister should also know these people and had received their help before. But these were not the main point. Chapter 1382. The point was that it was the first time she had seen her sister let down her guard against outsiders. The two of them had wandered all the way from Erewhon to here. They had experienced countless hardships and obstacles along the way, encountered trouble and danger, and also received help from kind-hearted people. But no matter what, her sister had never easily trusted anyone, let alone traveled with others. They would occasionally act with caravans during their travels, but that was rare. Unless it was a caravan made up of several caravans, they almost never joined a single caravan. It was a similar situation for the adventurers' team. These necessary measures were all to better protect themselves. In fact, it was also because of this reason and the two magical items that their mother had left them that their long journey could be considered a daunting experience without any mishaps. But today, it had obviously subverted her understanding. She knew very well that although her sister had asked for her opinion on the dock, Lotus knew her sister's character better. When she spoke like that, she had already made a decision. In that kind of situation, she would not easily open her mouth to object. At this moment, she carefully looked at the expression on her sister's face, but for a moment, she did not know what to say. "You actually don't want to go on the ship, right?" Ling seemed to have seen through his sister's thoughts and asked softly. "Not really, sister," Lotus shook her head and said, "I just feel that it's a little abnormal, which makes me a little uneasy." "Abnormal?" Ling hesitated for a moment. "Are you talking about my decision?" Lotus nodded. "Is there a reason?" She immediately asked again. "Yes." "Can I know?" "Of course," Ling replied, "I was going to tell you earlier, but I'm not sure." "Not sure?" I suspect that he knows who our mother is." "Ah!" Lotus shouted in a low voice and could not help but take 2 steps forward excitedly. "Sister, is what you said true? That he is Mr. Brando, right?" Ling nodded slowly. "But why didn't you ask him directly? Mr. Brando is not the kind of person who would hide things from us, is he?" "I don't know, but I have a hunch that maybe it's not a good thing for me to ask." "Why, sister?" I don't know." Ling shook his head and sighed. After Brando told his conjectures one by one, there was silence in the cabin for a while. He raised his head and looked at Delphian, just in time to see the Prime Minister's daughter looking at him. "Delphian, what do you think? My lord thinks that there is a connection between these two things?" Delphian asked. "Of course," Brando nodded, "demons have always been the demons, and Akentu is his vanguard general. Also, I think the Twilight Dragon controlling a group of dragons and sent to Tochik, which is thousands of dragons." "Indeed. So, what are your thoughts, Sir Lord?" "Why don't you tell us one by one, and it won't be too late to fill in the gaps later." "I have a few ideas. The first is related to the resurrection of the sheep-headed demon Akentu. As I said before, Akentu is the vanguard general of the Twilight Dragon. If it can break the seal and return to Wonde, it will undoubtedly be bad news for the mortal world. There is no doubt that this is also the most important step of the Twilight Dragon's plan to invade Wonde. But there is not only one demon lord. My lord, do you still remember the invasion of Jorgendi Ridge? In fact, the demons have already begun to move. Although we still don't know where they have advanced to, one day they will appear in the surface world." Delphian analyzed, "So, although Akentu is an important chess piece in the hands of the Twilight Dragon, it may not be the most important one. I don't think it is worth the Twilight Dragon to plot against the dragons thousands of miles away. And we have to consider the possibility that although Flora and the other dragons thrown into Tochik are powerful, they may not be the most powerful forces under the Twilight Dragon. At least among the monsters we have seen on the battlefield of Finhodos, some are much more powerful than Miss Alaz, aren't they?" Brando nodded. He had never thought about it in this direction. He looked at the little female dragon beside him. Alaz had the same thoughtful look on her face. Apparently, she also agreed with this statement, or at least part of it. "Then let's continue to reason," the Prime Minister's daughter continued. "Why did the Twilight Dragon throw a few dragons under its control into Tochik? It obviously relies on the strength of these dragons, or not only their strength. I can even be sure that the fact that they are dragons itself may be more important to the Twilight Dragon. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, my lord has said before that for the resurrection of Akentu, it is not necessary to have these additional factors. Perhaps these dragons can escort the resurrection of Akentu to prevent external forces, such as us, from coming to destroy this plan. But this possibility is too small. Besides, as I said before, the crystal cluster can also do this, so there is no need to go through so much trouble. So, Delphian smiled and looked at the two of them, then continued, I think this possibility can be ruled out. What do you think, my lord? Brando also nodded, I think so too. Then, in addition to this point, the second possibility is that the Twilight Dragon threw these forces into Tokik, perhaps to cooperate with the Crystal Cluster army in the south to attack Madara. This possibility is actually very small. Delphian shook her head and said, the reason is the same as above. The gains do not make up for the losses. Besides, a few dragons will not play a decisive role in the battlefield in Madara. The resurrection of the goddess of the dead moon, KLYSS, in the land of eternal death is actually enough to respond to the Crystal Cluster army's attack in the south of the dead moon inland sea. The undead have already given up on the land of eternal death for this reason, haven't they? Then there is only one possibility left, Brando replied. He raised his head and looked at everyone in the room. Teacher, do you mean that the Twilight Dragon's purpose may be the same as ours? Huanghua finally spoke at this time. Its goal is also the Nature's Pearl. Brando subconsciously looked at Delphian. The Prime Minister's daughter smiled slightly and did not answer. The little female dragon raised her head at this time and shook it. If your analysis is correct, I think its purpose is not the Nature's Pearl. If it's not the Nature's Pearl, then? Actually, there are also three possibilities here, Delphian said with a smile. I think everyone should still remember the purpose of our trip. Is it not to find the Nature's Pearl? Mr. Liu asked. No, that's the final result. What we want to do is to solve the mystery of the Jadeite, find the Stagnation Realm, and find the Nature's Pearl from the Stagnation Realm, Fang Qi replied. He glanced at Delphian and continued, so, the mystery of the Jadeite, the Stagnation Realm, and the Nature's Pearl may not be the same thing, and they may not be mixed together. Just like how the Nature's Pearl is more important to Mr. Brando, the more important thing to us, the Ghost Chariot lineage and the Jade Phoenix lineage, is actually the mystery of the Jadeite, because it relates to the inheritance of our supreme sword. I understand. Mr. Liu also reacted, so, the Twilight Dragon's purpose may not be the same as ours. The Nature's Pearl is meaningless to it, and the same goes for the mystery of the Jadeite. The thing it is looking for is the Stagnation Realm? Everyone's eyes were focused on the little female dragon Alaz at the same time. Brando finally spoke, Alaz, what is the Stagnation Realm? Alaz shook her head and hesitated for a moment before replying, the Stagnation Realm, as the name suggests, is a world that is stagnant. So, it's a demiplane about the law of time? No, it's not a demiplane, and it's not even a space-time fragment that broke away from Wond. To be exact, it's a real complete world, a world that is not inferior to Wond. In a sense, its territory is actually wider than Wond, and its laws are more complete than Wond's. The little female dragon's words were shocking, and everyone could not help but be taken aback. What? Alaz did not care at all and continued, as everyone knows, our world is made up of the main material world and the 4 elemental territories. Outside the material world, there are countless subplanes and demiplanes of various sizes connected. Some of these demiplanes are man-made, such as the White Tower of the Bugas, and some are formed by the projection of the law of Tiamat. In fact, the 4 elemental territories all belong to this category, and some are simply space-time fragments that broke away from the world of Wond. Outside the elemental boundaries, you can often see these demi-plane islands suspended in the void. This space is actually not a complete plane, it can only be said to be a broken space. What I want to say here is that there is such a legend in the dragon literature. Compared to the Stagnation Realm, Wond is actually its subplane or even demiplane. Our world is dependent on a real main world, and that world is the Stagnation Realm. After Alaz finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the cabin, and even the Prime Minister's daughter had a look of disbelief on her face. But, how is this possible? Huang He whispered to herself. Are you kidding, madam? Fang Qi questioned without hesitation. Among everyone, only Brando was silent. He thought for a moment before looking up and asked, Alas, then what does the stagnation realm mean to Wond? The little female dragon looked at him with a little surprise, and then replied, These are actually just legends, I only saw it from the literature, and may not really have any specific meaning. But there is such a saying. She was silent for a moment before continuing, As everyone knows, the history of our world is far more than the part recorded in our books. In fact, in the Pale Epic, we can understand that there were many, many eras before the mortal era. In every era before the mortal era, Wond began with the creation of the gods, and ended with the war between the gods and the Twilight Dragon. Hearing this, Brando's heart suddenly moved slightly. Since the ancient times, we've won every single one of these tragic wars. In fact, it is the opposite. The era brought by the Azure Knight was the only time in the history of our world that we had a slight advantage against the Twilight Dragon. Because of this, Wond has been preserved since that era. But before that era, every war ended with the defeat of the gods. In order to prevent Wond from being permanently destroyed, the gods had to personally destroy the world they created. According to the words of the gods, this is called the rebooting of the world. Only in this way can we avoid the invasion of our world by the Twilight Dragon, but every rebooting is accompanied by a painful price, and that price is accompanied by the complete destruction of the entire old world. And the new Wond is built on the ruins of the entire old world. At this point, Alaz looked up. Those ruins are buried within the stagnant world. Chapter 1383. What appeared in front of Vahina was an abyss. A natural stone bridge connected the two ends of the abyss, the gray bridge about 2 to 3 feet wide extending straight ahead until it disappeared into the shadows. The cold wind blowing from both sides of the abyss seemed to carry visible shapes. It was as if pale ghosts were emerging from the darkness, whistling as they swept past the stone bridge. Vahina's lace lapel and collar were blown up by the wind, covering her pale face due to excessive blood loss. The dim light of the torch flickered, and the girl's eyes that were as blue as the sea appeared even more profound under the flickering light. A long line of people was advancing on the stone bridge. There were people from Cruz and Fanzin, led by Vala, Veronica, Sydney, Rodrigue, and a few dukes. Behind them were a group of knights and human soldiers. Vahina followed behind Andrique and Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles introduced the place to everyone along the way. It was once the home of the Alcala dwarves, the Onlong mines. The dwarves built an ancient kingdom here, but the tunnels that went deep underground opened a connection between the beehive and the surface world. Countless monsters swarmed out of the darkness, and the dwarven kingdom was soon destroyed by the monsters' invasion. Vahina had heard of this terrible underground city. Hidden in the darkness were treasures that coexisted with danger. Many adventurers came here through Mihodafen and disappeared into the labyrinthine system of underground caverns. Some people said that the ones who took their lives were the ghosts of the dwarves of the past who wandered in the mines. These ghosts wandered in the dark corners, repeating their endless chatter and regret day after day. The voices hidden in the gloomy wind made people shudder. Vahina coughed a few times, which pulled at her wound, causing her face to turn pale. She covered her collar to prevent the cold wind from blowing into her neck as she whispered to the vampire siblings in front of her, Andrique, Mephistopheles, is Brando here too? Andrea turned around and looked at her. Her eyes were as pure as blood, flashing with an unpredictable brilliance, but she didn't answer. Mephistopheles responded with an apologetic smile, Master is not here. We are here because of a coincidence. Is it safe here? Rodrigue, the leader of the Order of the Silver Horse, asked. His face was as calm as water, and his eyes flashed with the light of contemplation. It was obvious that he did not trust the vampire siblings. Don't worry, everyone. We're under the mountains of Alcash. Those monsters won't be able to find us easily. Besides, we're in the ruins of a saint. There are 2 holy statues on the other side of the bridge. They'll stop any intruders. Holy relics? The dwarves built defensive facilities at the entrance of their kingdom. They can drive away all evil creatures in the darkness. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that destruction would come from the other side. Enrich mocked in a cold tone. These words made the crew's people fall silent. Where does this lead to? Rodrigue asked again. This underground passage has not been used for hundreds of years. It leads to the southern foot of the Alkash Mountains. That is the forest north of the wilderness of 4 territories. Mephistopheles replied. Is it reliable? Very reliable. Rodrigue was silent. He was not familiar with the vampire siblings, but he could see that they knew the crew's people. So he looked at Veronica, who was beside him. Did Brando ask you to come here to guide us, Mephistopheles? Veronica finally opened her mouth. Her voice was a little low, just like her current mood. Morpheus shook his head. No, Madame Veronica. Ever since we left Rushta, we were separated from our master. It was by chance that we ended up here. We knew that you were trapped here because of some other fortuitous encounters. Adventure? Everyone walked along the stone bridge. On the platform at the other end of the long bridge, the outlines of 2 huge stone statues gradually appeared. In the darkness, 2 giant dwarven statues gradually appeared. They were about 60 feet tall. Everyone was like ants under their feet. The 2 statues held war hammers high in their hands. The edges of the war hammers emitted a cold light. Everyone, including Vala, was captivated by this underground wonder. No one, including Vala, thought that there was such a place under the Alcala Mountains. In fact, there is a lord who wants to meet you, Mephistopheles' voice continued. He told us that there will be a war at Mount Ordos that will affect the future of the crew's people. But the future is hidden behind a heavy fog. He asked us to come and guide you. What a big talk. Rodrigue was very dissatisfied with this statement and snorted. Veronica, on the other hand, was a little surprised. To be able to predict the battle at Mount Ordos Pass, this person must be one of the top astrologers in the world. She asked respectfully, Sir, did he already predict the battle at Mount Ordos Pass? Did he already know the origin of the monsters outside? I'm sorry, Mephistopheles smiled. Enrich and I are not very clear about this. In fact, this is all we know. Mephistopheles. Lord Sword Saint came here with us. He seems to know the Lord, but he didn't tell us. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing who the mysterious Lord was. Mephistopheles, Vahina said at this time. On the battlefield, you are much stronger than when you were in Rushta. Is it also because of that Lord? Vahina had fought side by side with Mephistopheles and the others in Rushta. She naturally knew that his strength was around the level of elemental activation. But when he saved her from Crystal on the battlefield, his strength was obviously higher than that. He also showed a strange power that she had only seen in Brando before. Yes, Mephistopheles replied. This is the opportunity that the Lord gave to me and Enrich. With this power, we can return to Master's side sooner. Vahina was stunned. For many people in this world, elemental activation was the highest level that they could achieve in their lifetime. But according to Mephistopheles, the mysterious Lord seemed to be able to raise people to a higher level with just a lift of his hand. What kind of power was this? For a moment, Vala, Veronica, and Sydney, who knew about the vampire siblings, could not help but feel a storm in their hearts. On the other hand, the nobles of Cruz and Rodrigue, who had not seen Mephistopheles and Enrich before, were calm and did not have any direct feelings about it. Vahina could not help but bite her lower lip. She faintly felt that the distance between her and Brando was getting farther and farther. Back in the loop of trade winds, she was still the student of the Empire's only female sword saint and the most favored daughter of the Mehodafen family. But in an instant, the status of the two had changed. Now that the Empire was falling apart, her family was naturally not spared. Now that she had matured little by little, she could only watch the backs of the two people moving forward. Elise followed behind her sister. At her age, she was not too interested in these adult topics. Although the empire had fallen, at least her family was still around. So she did not feel much sadness. Instead, she asked curiously, "Mephistopheles, what kind of person is your master? Why did you call my sister mistress before? Ouch." Before she could finish her sentence, her sister clenched her teeth and gave her a hard tug. He, are you shy, sister? Shut up, Elise. After passing by two dwarven stone statues and a long, dark passage, the outline of a door gradually emerged in the darkness. The door seemed to be carved out of a huge stone. The surface of the door was embossed with golden lines. The pattern on it was the history of the birth of the dwarves. Sparks flew out from the furnace of the god of craftsmen, Im, and fell on the silver plains, forming the image of the dwarves. This was the history recorded in the Pale poem, and everyone recognized it. In fact, there was a similar underground city gate in the Dwarf Kingdom in the Broken Sword Mountain Range, but the scale was much smaller. It was said that the Alcala dwarves inherited part of the Rune dwarves' culture, and now it seemed that the rumors were true. Vala, the great seigneur, remained silent. His eyes fell on the two doors. He had been thinking about something. He recalled some of the rumors about the sacred mountain and the scenes that happened here 60 years ago. The door was tightly shut. It was more than 40 feet tall, only slightly less than the height of the two colossal statues. One had to look up to see the whole thing. When the crowd approached the door, it automatically made a dull roar and slowly opened inwards, as if welcoming guests. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Only Rodney frowned and muttered, pretending to be mysterious. Behind the door was an extremely spacious hall. The hall seemed to be immersed in deep darkness. Huge square pillars stood tall under the light of the torches. They were shaped like tree trunks in a dark forest. The light of the fire stretched out the thick shadows, sticking close to each other. The top of these pillars were completely merged into the dark shadows. Only a part of the dome could be seen when looking up. This cave may have been formed naturally. The shadows were densely covered with inverted stalagmites. In the depths of the hall, Vahina saw a ball of fire. The firelight was located in the central area surrounded by dozens of pillars. It was emitted from a silver candlestick on a short table made of red pine wood. Beside the table was a long bench, and an old man wearing a silver robe and a monocle was sitting on the bench. Before the crowd arrived, the old man held a thick octavo book in his hand and was reading it attentively. As if he noticed Vahina's gaze, he suddenly closed the book and looked up, revealing a pair of bright red eyes like agates. The Myrnas. Everyone's heart trembled. P.S. I've resumed the update. By the way, I recommend the book, Ascension into Sainthood. Chapter 1384. Looking at the people who walked out from the dim candlelight, Tumen raised his white eyebrows slightly. In his eyes, the first thing he saw were the nobles of Cruz who were walking at the front. Although these dukes were covered in dirt, their expensive clothes were tattered and covered in dirt, but their actions were still decent. After going through a dangerous situation, their expressions were still calm. Behind them, there were soldiers and refugees. Many of them were refugees from East Metz. They looked tired, distressed, and cowering, as if they were still in shock. Finally, there were the people of Fanzan. The Knights of the Order of the Silver Horse walked with steady steps. They followed behind their knight commander without saying a word. At least these descendants of Gretel did not abandon their compatriots and kept their last bit of courage. Seeing this, the old man thought. And when he was looking at the guests that he ordered the Mephistopheles and Enrich to bring, the other party was also looking at him. This was a very typical Myrna person. Although the Silver Queen claimed to have the support of the Myrna people, the truth was that it was just a trick played by the Dragon Queen and the others to deceive people. At best, it was just some Senia people, some vassals of the Myrna people in the past. They were persecuted in this era, so they were full of nostalgia for the past era. Ever since the last Myrna clan retreated into the Great Glacier during the Year of Glorious Gold, the world had never seen the silhouettes of those forerunners. It was as if they had vanished from this world, at least on the surface. But at this moment, the old man who appeared in front of them with snow-white eyebrows and beard, at least from the other party's appearance, there was no doubt that he was a Myrna person. Those blood-red eyes were one of the most conspicuous features of the Myrna people after the golden bloodline degenerated. A Myrna person was hiding in Enlong's mine. From the other party's behavior, it seemed that he had been operating here for a long time. This time could be decades, or even centuries. This thought raised the vigilance in everyone's heart. Such a Myrna person, at this moment, led the homeless people of Cruz here. What was his intention? Revenge? At the mention of the Myrnas, the first impression that most people had of them was that they were gloomy, evil, and the mortal enemies of civilization. At least in the War of the Holy Saints described in the Pale poem, as well as in the legends that had been passed down for thousands of years. The crowd was in an uproar, and some soldiers even pulled out their swords. The lethality of the Myrna people was too great. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that this was a trap. Although the other party seemed to be alone, who knew what was hidden in the darkness around them? The gazes that fell on the vampire siblings, Mephistopheles and Enrich, became unfriendly. But the people were cautious and did not make a move. Not to mention that the old Myrna person in front of them was unknown, and a dozen steps away, on the side of a bookshelf, Grey-Sword Saint Mephistopheles was leaning there with his arms crossed, coldly watching these Cruz people. Although they did not know why this sword saint had saved them before, at least the people of Cruz had not forgotten the unforgettable hatred between this person and the Empire. Of course, there was also the terrible reputation of the other party. Or just the identity of the supreme sword saint was enough to make most people stop. The only ones present who could suppress the sword saint in terms of strength were Rodrigue and Vala, and perhaps the Lady Saintess of the Lion Palace could barely be counted in. With such a fearful thought, everyone could not help but look at Vala in the middle of the crowd. Vala did not express his stance easily. In fact, apart from him and Veronica, most of the upper-class nobles of Kurlutz were also unclear. Compared to the blindness and fear of ordinary people, the upper echelons often thought more carefully because of their experience. The group of dukes knew that the other party had spent a lot of effort to lead them here, and it was not as simple as a simple revenge. If not for this, before this, the other party only needed to stand by and watch, and they would have been a pile of bones by now. Tumen did not care about these uncertain or unclear gazes. He glanced around at everyone and said, "I know what you are all thinking, but the hatred from 1,000 years ago has long passed, and I think no one will mention these past events that should have been covered in the dust of history." Tumen's gaze swept across Vala. He knew this young man. He had seen him once in Alcash 60 years ago. Of course, at that time, he was still a young and strong man of action. He was a saint with an unwavering faith. Today, the other party had taken over the crown that symbolized the highest power of the Holy Cathedral of Fire from the hands of the old former Holy See, and had become a great figure who ruled over a region. But such a great figure, he had seen many in the past 1,000 years, and Vala was just one of them. He even knew exactly everything that had happened in the past 60 years, the changes within the empire and the transfer of power, even though he had not taken a step out of this place for 10 centuries. Then, his gaze swept across the others one by one. First of all, forgive me for inviting all of you here without your consent. But I think this is necessary because all of you know this better than I do. My lord, Veronica spoke at this time, her voice still a little depressed. Are you the one who wanted to see us? So, you already know everything that has happened outside, right? Tumen nodded. Including those monsters? Including everything. My lord, are you from Myrna? Yes, but that is not important, right? That is not what we are talking about. In fact, whether it's my identity or everyone else's identity, it's all irrelevant. Is this really what you want to know? But Veronica wanted to say something, but she did not speak. You want to say that you can't trust people of unknown origin, right? Veronica neither nodded nor shook her head, but it was obvious that this female commander's expression meant exactly that. Next to her, Vala the Great Holy See carefully looked at the old man in front of him. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. In the end, his wrinkled face showed shock and disbelief. After listening to the conversation between Tumen and Veronica, he finally could not help but take a step forward and asked hesitantly. "If I may ask, you are?" Tumen nodded. "You guessed right, I am the person you guessed. The one you call the Lord of Vinoga, and the one the Wind Elves call the Elemental Tyrant. But in fact, these are just false names. I still prefer my title as the curator of the Great Library. At that time, I did meet 4 smart and studious youths." Clang. Someone's sword fell to the ground in a panic, and the man hurriedly bent down to pick it up. The others looked at him, but did not find it funny at all. Everyone's face was pale. Tumen. Some people described the sky of history as a scene of stars dotting the sky. The legends of heroes and epics were intertwined, like stars of all sizes, dotting the twinkling sky. But in this across the galaxy, there were only a few stars that could be said to be unprecedented. Their light shone on every era before and after. These names were few. Other than the 4 sages, the Azure Knight, and the Dark Dragon, then if there was one left, it could only be the owner of such a name. A person who became the Lord of the Elements and the Master of Magic. The teacher of the 4 sages. It was a legend in itself. This name was once the deputy of the Dark Dragon, the great enemy of the ancient humans and the Silver Folk. But it also created this era with its own hands, passed down the modern system of magic and order, and created the elemental patterns. This name represented a dark and bloody era, but at the same time, its gray spread over the next 1,000 years. In the hearts of most mortals, this name was like a pair of intertwined contradictions. They always mentioned this name in awe and fear, but also with respect and fanaticism. But such a name. It should have shone in the sky 1,200 years ago, and not now, today. Tumen slowly put the closed book on the low table. Just this simple action made everyone present feel a suffocating momentum. The old man smiled, knowing how these people recognized him. In fact, this was not surprising. The 4 holy cathedrals had statues of him. He was once the teacher of the 4 sages, and the holy cathedrals had never denied this. As for the others who discovered this later than Vala, it was only because they did not think of it, and did not dare to think of this possibility. He looked at these people, but he recalled many things in his heart. It was the time 1,000 years ago. In that era, he met 4 smart and brave young people. In fact, from the first time he saw them, he knew that the fate of the Myrna Empire would go on a completely different track. But out of respect for the goddess, he and Odin did not stop it from happening. Some things changed, just like all the changes that had happened in this land in the past 1,000 years. After witnessing the irreversible flow of history and time, those who were extraordinary could often understand this point. To break free from the shackles of fate, one must have extraordinary courage and persistence. This kind of courage and perseverance had once been displayed by everyone in that era. They used an inspiring revolution to end that era, just like what the Azure Knights and their ancestors had done even further back in history. Chapter 1385. And today, the actions of their ancestors would be verified by their descendants. The same era had come once again. In Tumen's opinion, would the descendants of the 4 young people still have the courage and perseverance to bear the responsibility of this era? He looked at these people with a deep and wise gaze. This bright gaze made everyone feel ashamed of themselves, and people constantly lowered their heads under his gaze. To be precise, what Tumen saw was a group of people who had lost their homes and fled like stray dogs. Among these people, there were Krus and Fanzan. Some of them were of noble birth, and some of them were of poor birth. Most of them were anxious, as if they had not yet broken free from their previous fear. And some of them still had the arrogance characteristic of this era. It was the arrogance of the nobles, just like the bad habits of the Myrnas 1,000 years ago. But there was one thing in common. This trait was vividly displayed in the previous battle. At least these people had not given up hope and still had the courage to fight for their homes. This was the trait that mortals needed the most in the coming days. That was enough. Tumen nodded and silently evaluated in his heart whether his and Odin's protection was valuable. He opened his mouth. I see that you are dejected, and some people even show a look of horror when they hear my name, like a group of stray dogs. I think if 1,000 years ago, your 4 sages and your ancestors were the same as you, would the structure of the battle of the holy saints have changed? Tumen slowly stood up from his seat, looking imposing. His powerful aura even forced everyone present to step back. His tone was almost stern, as if intertwined with lightning and thunder, causing fear in people's hearts. Look, the Myrna's lost to a group of heroes, but their descendants have become cowards. These words frightened the dukes, but the young people's hearts were full of indignation, but they could not hold on under Tumen's pressure, and could only show a look of humiliation. Tumen continued in a long voice, I have lived here in seclusion for 1,000 years, and after 1,000 years, I see such a group of stray dogs. Tell me, is the empire that Gretel left behind finished? His descendants are dejected, throwing away the spirit and faith that their late emperor left them? The old man saw many mixed expressions on their faces, fear, unyielding, anger, and so on. He was relieved that he did not see any numbness. I heard that in the south of Cloak Bay, there is another group of Kurlutzians who survived. They have formed an alliance with the enemies of Nazir in the past. Together, they put down their former enmity and faced a new enemy, and now, I see another group of Cruz's people. So I ask, are the Cruz people all dead? He shook his head and said, no, I didn't. Then are Fanzin's people all dead? No. Have the descendants of the 4 sages completely given up hope? His gaze fell on these people in distress. No. The commander of the Order of the Silver Horse, Rodrigo, snorted and replied loudly, Fanzin's people are here. We can become cold corpses, but no one can make us bow our heads. This sonorous answer shocked all the Kurlutzians. Veronica looked up and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Lord Tumen, although the Empire has suffered a great disaster today, his people still haven't given up hope, otherwise we wouldn't have fought all the way to this point. I also believe that as long as there is a Cruz person alive, the spirit of the Golden Flame will live on forever. The words of the female commander made many young knights raise their heads. This was the spirit of the Empire. Although it may have been forgotten by the nobles for a long time, at this moment, the descendants of the Golden Flame King were like heroes who picked it up again. The young people's chests were still filled with hot blood. Like a ball of fire, the blood rushed through their veins. Even the most depressed and dejected people seemed to be able to distinguish the direction in the darkness. Other than a few nobles from Ludwig, most of the dukes' faces were burning. They could not wait to pick up their weapons and fight the monsters outside again. Since when did the honor of the family have to be maintained by these hypocritical rituals? The ancient nobles only had one way to realize their value, and that was to die on the battlefield. The people of the Empire, even if we die, we will not bow our heads. This was the motto of the nobles in the north, and it was also the symbol of the people of Cruz. But now, it had actually been called out by a Farnazane. Tumen looked at these people and nodded. This is the descendant of Gretel and Fanzin that I am familiar with. Lord Tumen, Veronica continued to express her gratitude. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones and helping us in distress. After saying this, she suddenly fell silent. In fact, everyone present had a complicated expression. Their ancestors had once overthrown the rule of the Myrna people. As the descendants, they should have inherited the hatred of the Myrna people. But who would have thought that one day, they would be saved by Tumen? Especially the people of Cruz who were present. They deeply understood that Tumen had not only saved them, but also the Empire itself. You don't have to feel bad about this. I didn't just help you. Tumen shook his head at Veronica's words. You must understand this. Whether it is Cruz or Fanzin, it is not just the empire of the people of the Empire. Perhaps no one would have been able to understand the meaning of this sentence before the black moon had fallen, but at this moment, everyone more or less understood a little of it. Lord Tumen, the people of the Empire will bear the corresponding responsibility, not to mention that those monsters are still wreaking havoc in the Empire. Sooner or later, we will take back our homeland, Veronica replied. In this war, the people of the Empire will never retreat. It is good to have such an idea, Tumen replied, but it is far from enough. Even if you add in your compatriots who survived on the other side of Cloak Bay, it is still far from enough. Tumen's words made the eyes of the people of Cruz brighten, especially the eldest son of the Emperor, Lenoret and Veronica. Cloak Bay was not only the cradle of the Empire's navy, but also the most prosperous area of the Empire's commerce. If it really survived as Tumen said, it was undoubtedly great news for them. Even if it was affected by the disaster, as long as it was not completely destroyed, at least there were still people and supplies. More importantly, it was the traditional sphere of influence of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. The faith of the Golden Flame Path and the spiritual inheritance of the Empire would be inherited with the survivors. Not to mention, if the survivors there reached a settlement with the people of Zell, then they could at least escape to the south or north. So even if the Empire was destroyed for a while, as long as these two groups of Cruz people still existed, then one day, it would still be reborn from the ruins. This rare good news these days could not help but cheer up all the Kurlutzians. Over the past few days, their morale had been low. In addition to the physical torment, each of them had suffered a greater mental blow. The destruction of the Empire was tantamount to a collapse of faith for every proud citizen of the Empire. In particular, they watched helplessly as the WYRMS were killed and destroyed in front of them. They couldn't help but feel despair as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, although they were not completely dispirited, it was enough to inject a glimmer of hope into their dead hearts. And this was exactly what Tumen wanted to see. What he needed was not a group of fugitives who had completely given up hope, but people who could stand up and fight to preserve hope. Only such people could bring the possibility of survival for the future of Wonde. However, the second half of his sentence still made the nobles whisper. Veronica couldn't help but ask, Lord Tumen, we originally planned to go through the Alkash Mountains and go to the wilderness of 4 territories to meet with the Empire's Red Legion. From there, we will launch a counterattack. First, we will recover some areas in the south of the Evergreen Corridor, and then consider moving in the direction of Cloak Bay. Lord, do you have a different opinion on this? Are the Kurlutzians planning to fight these monsters alone? You should know whose pawns they are. Everyone was silent for a while. Tumen continued, you know better than me the history that happened in the past few eras described in the Pale poem. Since the fire of our civilization was ignited by Lady Martha, we have experienced countless similar wars. Your future will be more dangerous and dangerous than the era of the War of the Holy Saints. Are the people of Cruz ready? Veronica couldn't help but shut her mouth. If this was a war with the Twilight, how could the people of Cruz be ready? Countless eras ago, even an existence like the Azure Knight could not completely kill the Twilight Dragon. How could mortals like them control their own destiny? Tumen was right. The War of the Holy Saints was just a war to determine the dominance of the continent between the mortals and the Myrnas. The Myrnas wanted nothing more than to enslave the world, but the Twilight Dragon wanted to destroy everything and return the world to chaos. In the face of such a level of existence, it was difficult for mortals like them to imagine the power possessed by the other party. The monsters they had fought before were just a small projection of this power in this world, and it seemed to be enough to destroy the whole of Cruz. When dusk came, would they still be able to preserve this paradise that they only had? They didn't dare to think, nor were they willing to think, about this suffocating and desperate future. Chapter 1386. Everyone subconsciously stopped whispering. The hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The thought of the end of the world could not be suppressed once it was born. It was like a shining sword hanging above everyone's head, ready to fall at any time. At this moment, it seemed too late even if they wanted to be drunk or in a dream. My lord, we have all heard of the legend of the world's dusk, but we never thought that we would face it in our lifetime, Veronica said in a deep voice. We don't mind running away, but we really can't find a way to face it. We can't think of what to do. There will always be hope, but we can't passively wait for it to come, Tumen replied slowly. We have faced such threats time and time again, but we always survived under its claws. This is because in every era, we have heroes who are willing to give up everything. Heroes? Not just one person, but the heroes of an entire generation, or even many generations. The power of mortals is not weak, but first, you must show courage. Courage? Veronica frowned and looked at the others. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. Lord Tumen, what do we need to do? Just like 1,000 years ago when you united together to fight against us. Are the Myrnas strong? Compared to mortals, they may be strong, but we still lost to you, didn't we? Tumen looked at these people. His agate eyes showed a hint of excitement and anticipation. You are the descendants of the 4 wise ones. You are far from fighting alone. At least Lady Martha will always be by your side. But this is your world, and your era. Whether it survives or not depends on your will. I understand. Veronica suddenly replied. The people of Fanzan have never forgotten the sacred oath, Rodrigue said at this time. The appearance of the Order of the Silver Horse here proves this point. We may have some hatred in the past, but the descendants of the 4 wise ones have never forgotten that noble belief. We established this new order to protect and not destroy. We will take over everything from the Myrnas, and we will do better than you. Very well. The fate of this world is handed into your hands because of an invisible will. I hope it will give Wond a different future, just like Lady Martha's promise. Odin and I hope so too, and so do the 4 wise ones. Tumen looked at the Fanzan Knight Captain, and then at everyone else. There is a secret buried in the Alkash Mountains. It is one of the 5 most powerful fortresses of mortals and gods since the era of the Azure Knight. It is the center of the entire Tiamat defense system. Part of the wreckage of Babel Tower is located underground in the final battlefield. As long as you activate it, you can use it to resist the invasion of the Crystal Cluster army. Otherwise, with the remaining power of the Cruz Empire, it will be difficult to resist these minions of dusk. Babel Tower. Vala could not help but be surprised. Mr. Tumen, isn't that the legendary fortress of the gods? Legend has it that it fell to the earth after the era of the Azure Knight and was completely destroyed. That is a fact. The war with the Dusk Dragon was tragic. In order to prevent the Dusk Dragon from invading our world, almost none of the gods survived that war. At the last moment of the war, the Azure Knight and the ancestors of the Bugas divided Babel Tower into 2, using the upper half to resist the fatal blow of the Dusk Dragon. The upper half of the Tower of Babel and the Great Library were completely destroyed, and the Bugas were left stranded on the earth. And the other half of Babel Tower fell to the ground, into the central area of the Great Plains. This disaster caused the Great Plains to be divided into 2, and the Alkash Mountains were born. Since then, the climate to the east of the Great Plains has been completely changed, turning into the great glacier we see today. So that's how it is, there's actually such a history. Veronica murmured. Could it be that the Great Library is the legendary silver library guarded by the ancestors of the Bugas? Yes, Vala nodded. Legend has it that after the destruction of Babel Tower, the inheritance of the gods was completely lost, and the level of power of Wond was once reduced. From then on, they entered the era of mortals, all because of the destruction of the Great Library. Isn't that the case? Tumen also replied. In fact, the documents and war slate in the Great Library were not completely lost, they were just lost outside the boundary of the elements. In the thousands of years since then, the Knowledge Dragon Crystal has been secretly collecting these precious inheritances. War slate? Vahina suddenly asked. Are you talking about those silver slates that fell from the sky? I seem to have seen them at Brando's place. That is the last gift the crystal gave you. Tumen sighed. The gods have left us, and the future of Wond must be created by you. In the silence, Veronica asked again. Babel Tower that fell to the ground, is it in the Alkash Mountains? To be exact, it is under the battlefield of the final battle. In fact, generations of darkness dragons have spent a long time looking for its whereabouts. The generation of darkness dragons before me and Odin finally determined its location. We placed the battlefield of the final battle here to protect this fortress. That baby girl, Vala suddenly said with a trembling voice. Is she also? Tumen glanced at him and nodded. About her origin, you will understand in the future. But you guessed right, it is exactly as you imagined. The great sage could not help but take a deep breath, his face unreadable. Veronica looked at Vala strangely. She knew in her heart that there must be some secret. She could not help but think of everything that happened on the final battle 60 years ago. She even thought of Brando's grandfather, the former marshal. Although she vaguely felt that there might be some connection in her heart, she could not make up her mind at the moment. However, Rodrigue, the leader of the Order of the Silver Horse, was not interested in the secrets of Cruz's people. He asked, "Is it easy to find there? I can take you there. Can we find a way to activate it? It is a little troublesome, but it is not a problem for you. We can rely on this fortress to fight against the Twilight Dragon?" Of course not, Tumen shook his head. It is at best the wreckage of the Babel fortress. Although it can still play some role, when it is in good condition, the gods can't even use it to fight against the Twilight Dragon. Then what do we need it for? Rodrigue was puzzled. Fighting against the Twilight Dragon is still too far away for you, but you first have to find a way to stop its claws and fangs. Can you fight against the Crystal Army? Tumen stared into Rodrigue's light blue eyes and said, Cruz's people are already powerless, but Fanzin's people don't seem to be able to pull out more troops, right? Rodrigue opened his mouth. Although he wanted to refute, he also knew that Fanzin's appearance was much better than the current Cruz Empire, but in fact, since a few months ago, the Empire had been fighting a war in the east. The war was covered up very well by the upper echelons of the Empire. Many people in the Empire did not even know who they were fighting, but the war was so fierce that it began to have an impact on the Empire. In many areas north of the 10 harbors, the young and middle-aged had been drawn away, and the scale of recruitment would expand to more prosperous areas. Even with the support of the elves of Eloranta, it seemed to be of no help. As the commander of the Empire's highest military force, Rodrigue of course knew who the Empire was fighting against, and his trip to help Cruz's people was actually, in a sense, helping the Empire itself. Fanzin's people could no longer afford to open up another battlefield in the south. Thinking of this, he could not help but shut his mouth. Tumen looked at him and Veronica, then continued, if you want to resist the invasion of the Crystal Army here, relying on the strength of Fanzin's people and Cruz's people is not enough. Remember what I said before, this is not only a matter of you, but a choice that the entire Wone must face. What do you mean? Ask the Wind Elves for help. Babel Fortress is here, but an empty fortress is not enough. If you want to use it to resist the claws of the Twilight Dragon, you must have soldiers. Kurlutz is about to die from blood loss. Even if you add in your Red Army, how sure are you that you can win? So only the Wind Elves can help you. You must ask your former allies for help. The Wind Elves. Veronica frowned. Forming an alliance with the Wind Elves. This topic caused everyone to fall into silence. Not only Cruz's people, but even Fanzin's people showed a difficult expression. The four sages and the Silver Folk had once formed a sacred alliance, but this alliance was soon abandoned. Ever since the Second Holy War, the descendants of the Wise Ones had been fighting against each other. After several generations, the tacit understanding and warmth that had once existed between the Wise Ones and the Wise Ones had disappeared. All that remained was an unhealable rift and hatred. If Fanzin's people and Cruz's people still maintained a tacit understanding, but the rift between the Wind Elves and humans was even more glaring. The grievances between the two different races had been planted since the moment they separated from each other. After experiencing a coup, a rebellion, and the death of the sages, the Wind Elves sealed the wilderness of the Four Territories, hid in the Green Forest, and built their cold and exclusive elven court. Chapter 1387. In fact, from that moment on, the door of communication between the two civilizations had been closed. This hatred may not be as blinding and fanatical as the annual battle between the Cruz people and the Nazar people on the border, nor could it be compared to the mutual ridicule and incompatibility between the Cruz people and the Fanzan nobles, but the gap between the humans and the elves was even more indifferent and difficult to bridge. According to historical records, since the Second Holy War, the Wind Elves had not sent an official envoy to Cruz or Fanzan, nor did they have any cultural and civil exchanges. In Fanzan and Cruz, one could see dwarves, wild elves, and even lion people and Nazar people, but there was hardly any Wind Elves. The human world and the world of the Wind Elves behind the White Mountain seemed to have forgotten each other. Ever since the year of the croaking frogs, the only human kingdom that the Wind Elves interacted with the most was probably Aween, which was at the southern border of Kurlutz. But that was it. Even now, the Wind Elves had almost no interest in this human kingdom that they had once supported. Even if they allowed the other party to return to the embrace of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. And today, the Empire was in trouble, and the Kurlutz people once again remembered their former allies, remembered the comradeship they had left with the Wind Elves in the Battle of the Holy Saints, but even if they had the intention to heal this rift, the question was, would the Wind Elves appreciate it? The crystal cluster had not yet threatened the land of the elves. The two were separated by the Evergreen Corridor, the Alkash Mountains, and the vast territory of the Empire. Even if the Wind Elves did not gloat over the Empire's misfortune, they at least maintained a considerable amount of silence. Otherwise, the elves would not have shown such an indifferent attitude since the monsters under the Jorgendy Ridge invaded the Empire. Veronica was silent. It was not that she did not want to put down her pride and beg the Wind Elves, but the question was there any point in doing so? Tumen seemed to have read her mind and said, the Wind Elves were divided into 3 clans, the Sun, the Moon, and the Star. Among them, the Moon Elves were the friendliest to humans, while the Sun Elves were the coldest. The conflict between the Cruz and the Wind Elves started during the rebellion of the 10 Kings. Because they supported the Moon Elves, the Sun Elves, who later came to power, viewed them as enemies. Veronica nodded. The Sun Elf clan seized the throne shortly after Saint Tossel's death and established the Rising Sun Empire. The hatred between the Cruz clan and the Wind Elves was born because of this. Due to the Sun Elf clan's previous condemnation of the Sun Elf king, the Sun Elf clan and the Moon Elf clan lost all diplomatic relations shortly after the Sun Elf clan expelled the Moon Elf clan. In fact, the Second Holy War also originated from this. Therefore, the conflict between the two parties was not as simple as the conflict between them and the Nazar people or the Fanzan people. That's why I said that there might be a turning point now. The Moon Elves have returned. Did you know that? What? Veronica was shocked. She had been under house arrest by the Silver Queen for the past few months. Of course, she had never heard of such a thing. The Moon Elves have returned? How could that be? As far as I know, there has been a huge change in the Wind Elf clan's court. Saint Tossel has returned there once and appointed a pair of new heirs, and they are human, Tumen replied slowly. How is that possible? Veronica was even more shocked. Is Saint Tossel the great sage? Is she still alive? Hasn't Elaranta been living in this world all this time? However, the situation of the Wind Empress is a little special. She has now left Saint Tossel, but there are people here who know the heirs she left behind. Tumen said as his gaze fell on Mephistopheles and Enrich. Everyone noticed the old man's gaze and turned their attention to the vampire siblings. Mephistopheles, Enrich? Veronica was slightly taken aback, but she reacted quickly and almost immediately understood the crux of the matter. That pair of heirs. Are they related to Brendel? Mephistopheles smiled bitterly. Yes, Lady Veronica. In fact, Lady Saint Tossel has been with Master all this time. Master's swordsmanship was also taught by her personally. What? Vahina could not help but cry out when she heard this. Veronica also gasped. The nobles of Cruz seemed to have only just remembered who the master of this vampire lady was. For a moment, their expressions were extremely strange. Heavens, doesn't that mean that he is the heir of a great sage? Elise, who was standing behind Vahina, seemed to have understood something. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Sister, you have a good eye. I'm so impressed." "Shut up," Vahina said with a red face. She felt indignant inside. No wonder that bastard was so powerful. It turns out that he was a student of a great sage. When she first met him in the Loop of Trade Winds, she thought that Brando was just a small noble from the countryside. It was all because of him that she made a fool out of herself. The moment she thought of what happened back then, Vahina could not help but feel embarrassed and sweet at the same time. That despicable bastard. Veronica's expression also changed from shock to a bitter smile. She shook her head and said, "That little bastard. I don't know how many things he is hiding from us." She could not help but glance at Mephisto, who was not far away. She wondered what the Ash Sword Saint would think after knowing all this. However, she noticed that Mephisto was very calm. It was obvious that he already knew about this matter. In a sense, he and Brando each got what they needed. Moreover, he was very satisfied with Brando's attitude and talent as a student. In this world, it was not strange for a student to have many teachers. It was just that it was rare for a student to have two teachers who were so famous and outstanding. However, Mephisto did not think that he was on the same level as the four sages. That was why he accepted the fact very calmly when he heard the news from Tumen and Mephistopheles. The only thing that bothered him was the fact that Brendel did not tell him this secret. But then again, the news of a sage who had passed away long ago being alive was too shocking, and it was understandable that his student did not want this secret to be exposed. Besides, the sage might have a request for this secret as well. Thinking about it this way, he felt relieved. But no matter how one looked at it, this news was too shocking. For a moment, the nobles and crews were talking about it. Most of them came from Rushta and East Metz. They had more or less seen Brando or heard some rumors about this young man. Initially, they did not think highly of the countryside noble from Erewhon. But after the series of events that changed the fate of the entire empire after the Battle of Fulton Port, the young man's name had almost become a legend in the empire. And now, with the shocking news from the Mephistopheles, Brando's status in the nobles' hearts had risen even higher. The student of the four sages, in the human world and even the world of the wind elves, what kind of status was this? Even the most ignorant country folk understood this. "Oh right, he also knows the flash strike sword art," someone suddenly said. The news of Brando knowing the flash strike sword art was spread by the Flame family knights. Although most of the Flame family knights had sacrificed their lives for the Empire during the Battle of Rushta and the battle against the Crystal Cluster, the surviving knights could not forget the terrifying strength displayed by the young man that night. Not to mention that the young man's flash strike sword art was completely different from the inheritance of the Empire. Although it was not complete, it was much more ancient. Thus, a terrifying thought began to spread among the crowd. Perhaps Count Randner from Erewhon was the Flame King's student, or at least, he had received the Flame King's acknowledgement under certain circumstances. But when the people thought of this, they suddenly remembered that the Flaming Blade, Odorfice, acknowledged Brando, and immediately became more convinced of this in their hearts. Many people turned their attention to Vala and Sydney, the highest representatives of the Holy Cathedral of Fire present, and the Lady Saintess of the Leo Palace had been with Brando for a long time. In fact, she had long suspected that the young man might have some kind of connection with the Flame King's inheritance, so at this moment, she did not express her opinion with a straight face. At this moment, Vala suddenly thought of something and could not help but look back. His gaze met the former Prime Minister of the Empire, Old Nydivan, who had been keeping a low profile in the crowd. Both of them saw the same speculation from each other's eyes. Regarding the last request of Her Majesty the Queen, both of their hearts skipped a beat at the same time, and could not help but set off a stormy wave of thoughts. Mephistopheles silently looked at the crowd, but was very satisfied that his words had caused such an effect. Tumen had told him and Enrich about the legend of the 7 sacred swords and the laurel crown, and in his opinion, the laurel crown belonged to none other than his master. But now, the first thing to do was to leave an indelible impression in the hearts of these people. With that thought in mind, he turned back to Tumen, and the old man smiled and nodded at him. Mephistopheles, Veronica had calmed down by this time, and she continued to ask, "Can you think of a way to influence the wind elves? Or should I say, influence the attitude of the air?" "I'm not sure, but I can try," Mephistopheles replied with a smile. "Master once saved Paia and her brother. If Master is here, I may have more confidence, but I don't know how much influence they have in the Wind Elven court." "Is Brando in Erewhon?" Vahina suddenly asked. "Can you find a way to contact him?" Mephistopheles shook his head. "Master doesn't seem to have returned to Erewhon, and we can't find a way to contact him. But Master is not in any danger now, and he may have more important things to do. Sooner or later, he will return to Erewhon." "If that's the case," Vahina said regretfully, "then we have to go to St. Tossel ourselves." "But will the Wind Elves agree?" "Maybe," Veronica answered her student with uncertainty. Chapter 1388. Only a small number of planeswalkers will act alone. Planeswalkers are the masters of countless planes. In their own worlds, they have countless territories, wealth, and servants. The card deck that the young man chose for you is a knight. I have seen your other cards of fate. Whether it is White City Vanguard or Cavalry Readiness, they are more suitable for big situations. I think your class should be a knight lord who commands thousands of troops. However, no matter how glorious a kingdom is, it starts from a small piece of land. I will send you to complete the challenge of the King of Knights. You will build your kingdom and glory in a fictional world until you receive the recognition of the gods. And this is the true meaning of the arena of the gods." After a dazzling light, the strange world disappeared. The silver-haired elven girl stood alone in a golden wilderness. A gentle breeze blew across the plains, and the withered grasses and grasses fell to the ground. But when this scenery stretched across the sky and the earth, it formed a strange landscape. The sound of the waves swept across the lonely world like the waves of the sea. The evil dragon King Fuchsia's words were still in her ears, and the wind blew through her ears and hair. Medisha silently looked at this strange land. The wilderness of solitude. This escaped world is like a traveler looking at the parallel material world. It is at the end of a corner of the world, like a traveler at the end of the world, a voice said. A voice said. Perhaps there should have been no voice, but when the unfamiliar knowledge entered her mind, Medisa understood where she was. A swordsman wearing clothes with complicated patterns parted the withered grass and came in front of her. He raised his sword, and his silver mask shone under the sunlight. Medisha was stunned for a moment before she realized that this was a challenge. She nodded to the unfamiliar swordsman and picked up her spear. The silver shuttle-shaped spear naturally appeared in her hand. At the same time, the courteous swordsman launched an attack. It was a very strange swordsmanship. It was simple and effective, but it was a little too strict and even mechanized. This swordsmanship was different from any swordsmanship she had seen in Wonde, and it was also different from Brando's swordsmanship she had seen before. This swordsmanship seemed to follow the strictest rules. Every strike had to be based on the trajectory of the previous strike. It seemed easy to predict, but Medisha soon found that she could not parry it. This discovery immediately made her sweat on her forehead. The swordsman suppressed his strength to the same level as her, which was the level of elemental activation and elemental enlightenment. In other words, the swordsman used his swordsmanship to suppress her. This knowledge was difficult for Medisha to accept. She was a silver elf, one of the best at fighting in the world. And the silver elves were not proud of their advantage in absolute strength, but their tireless pursuit of fighting skills. However, the swordsmanship of the swordsman in front of him. Or rather, it was an unreasonable swordsmanship. It did not consider the opponent's skills at all. It was just one strike after another. However, every strike was accurately calculated down to the millimeter. There was not the slightest mistake in the connection between each strike and the next. Medisha found that she could not catch any mistakes by the swordsman. On the contrary, she knew that as long as she was careless, she would fall into a situation of no return. The test of a planeswalker was so difficult. The Silver Elf Princess regretted it a little. She was even afraid that she would never see Brando again. But ever since the War of the Holy Saints, the self-confidence and unyielding character that she had accumulated for thousands of years made her calm down quickly. She had seen more dangerous situations before. Even when tens of thousands of troops were coming at her, she had never given up. Naturally, she would do the same at this moment. A knight, a lord, and a king needed endless self-confidence. This was especially true for those ancient kings who expanded their territories. Without the support of unswerving faith, they would not have been able to leave their names in the history of the Milky Way. Medisha knew this very well. When this realization flashed in her mind, she found that she seemed to understand her opponent's swordsmanship. The strange swordsman's lightning-fast swordsmanship left a trace in her vision for the first time. Like an instinct, the Silver Elf Princess seized this opportunity. For the first time in this offensive and defensive battle, she took a step forward. With a shout, the spear in her hand pierced through the swordsman's sword shadows and hit him in the chest. The swordsman flew out like a bundle of scattered scarecrows. Only then did Medisha notice that her opponent was actually a construct. But at this moment, Medisha heard a soft buzzing sound. She knew that something was wrong and quickly retracted her spear. But she was still a step too late. The swordsman was torn apart in the air. Its 4 limbs, head, and torso were like an exploding clock. Countless strange spherical components flew out from it. As soon as those spherical components appeared in the air, they split open from the middle. A pair of mechanical wings spread out and turned into metal ornithopters. Medisha just had time to take a step back when the sky full of ornithopters flew towards her. She only had time to use her spear to protect her chest and other vital parts. Then she felt a heat on her arm and thigh. The sharp wings of the ornithopters had left a bloody wound there. The Silver Elf Princess did not have time to treat her wound. She immediately turned around and saw that the ornithopters had flown behind her and formed an attack formation in the air. But how could she make the same mistake twice? She roared, "Come down!" Medisha's psionic elemental power was fully activated. A pair of transparent light wings hundreds of meters long unfolded behind her. She swept the light wings horizontally and the metal ornithopters in the air fell to the ground like raindrops. As soon as the ornithopters landed, they folded their wings and turned back into metal spheres. Then, under Medisha's gaze, they moved closer to each other. With a series of creaking sounds, they reformed into the form of the swordsman from before. Medisha was stunned. She quickly grabbed her spear to prevent the swordsman from launching another attack. But at this time, the swordsman struggled to stand up from the ground and staggered to Medisha. Medisha saw that it had no intention of attacking and could not help but look at the swordsman curiously. She saw the swordsman slowly bend down and then kneel on one knee. He clenched his right fist and placed it on his chest. He lowered his head and placed his chin on his right fist. It was a gesture of allegiance. Then she saw the swordsman's attributes: Lightwing Guardian, Eternal Song X, Light 2, Mana X, Divine Artifact/Divine Creature. When the Lightwing Guardian entered the field, there were X level indicators on it. When the Lightwing Guardian died, every level indicator on it would place a level 15 colorless divine artifact creature derived from ornithopters with the ability to fly into the field. At the moment of destruction, the sky is filled with spots of light, as if a saint has descended upon the world. It was a very strange feeling, as if she was looking at the essence of the world. But when Medisha wanted to take a closer look at the card, the whole world distorted. A voice spoke in her mind. Conquering the land begins with conquering the hearts of the people. No king or ruler will fight alone. The solitary wilderness is the end of the world for travelers, but it is also the beginning of another journey. The solitary wilderness. Eternal Song 19, Earth. The solitary wilderness must be tapped into the field. Tap adds 2 points of light magic to your elemental pool. Cycle. Discard this card and draw another card, existing between what is and what is not. Medusa was stunned for a moment. She turned around and saw Fuchsia's gigantic body beside her. She looked back and saw Fuchsia's gigantic body coiled around her. She saw the two glowing cards of fate hovering in front of her. The evil dragon lowered her head and spoke to her. It seems that you have passed the first test. You have gained your first follower, just like how every king and lord takes their first step. Next, you will have to build your kingdom and world. I don't understand, Medusa said loudly. The cards of fate should be a projection of the laws of this world, but how can this dream world produce such projections? Fuchsia's slender face revealed a cold smile. Wound is also a dream. If the world of mortals cannot be born from it, then everything in the past will be nothing but a bubble. The power of the planeswalkers to create a world is not different from the power of the divine folk and Martha to create the wound. You mean, all of this is imaginary? No, magic power truly exists. The planeswalkers stole all of this to build their own world. Now that you have the planeswalkers' flame seed, the divine folk call it divinity. You can obtain everything you want from this world. I still don't understand, Lady Fuchsia. It's fine. I don't fully understand it either. Perhaps only the divine folk of the first generation can explain the origin of the arena of the gods to you. Alright, we don't have much time left. It's time for you to move on to the next challenge. Your friend is already far ahead of you. She replied. Hippamera? She is an interesting girl. She should not have existed in this era. Your master must be a strange fellow. The laws he knows are very different from ours. Medusa opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the scenery in front of her changed again. Chapter 1389. There was a salty smell in the wind, like the sea breeze. Then she heard the sound of mountains and tsunamis. The sound was so familiar, it was the echo of the battlefield. She opened her eyes and saw herself standing on the hill. Looking around, there were flags, spears, and knight in shining armor all over the mountain. Leader, Medusa saw the swordsman with a silver mask bowing to her in front of her and said to her in a mechanical tone, "Everything is ready. Let's attack the enemies of the holy city." The knight's eyes all looked in this direction. This group of damn human bugs. The rumbling roar echoed repeatedly in the void. The image of the king of purgatory, Achan, woke up from a nightmare. It suddenly opened its eyes, and its scarlet forehead was covered with fine and dense blood-red sweat beads. Ah! Its entire body suddenly curled into a ball, and it let out a mournful scream. "I'm going to kill you all." After another angry roar, the void was shrouded in blood-red lightning, as if the whole world was trembling under the anger. After about 5 or 6 minutes, everything returned to calm. After the lightning dissipated, the demon lord's sturdy body was revealed once again. This monster was gasping for air, and when it raised its head again, the blood-red eyeballs in its pupils had disappeared, leaving behind only a pitch-black void. Although Tao Chica's projection had only inherited a portion of its power, it had spent a lot of time creating these clones under the seal. Furthermore, it had felt the fear and pain of the projection's death, and the backlash from the power had almost cost it its life. Achan gritted its teeth, but soon calmed down. The human young man was amazingly strong. Although it was not sure whether he was a young man or not, because after entering the realm of the sage, appearance was no longer the standard to judge a person's age. As for its projections, although there were still 2 hiding in the green sea, they did not pose any threat to the young man, except for courting death. Of course, it still had many believers, and those sheep's head believers were just some cannon fodder ants. I want to imprison that damned human's soul forever and let him suffer under the scorching river. Akenta glanced coldly at the cage that had imprisoned him for thousands of years. I will have the opportunity to listen to his pleas. The scene in the void changed in its vision, and then it saw a boundless sea. In the deep sea, there was a string of pearl-like island chains. On Denona Island, the priests of the sheep's head believers were praying. Demons were everywhere on the island. As early as the year of Lin Ying, a group of sheepshead believers came here to build a temple to worship Akin. The cultists abducted people from the mainland and built villages, ports, and other settlements here. They needed people to serve themselves, and on the other hand, live sacrifices and the need to develop their believers. That was half a century ago, and now these islands were completely under the control of the sheepshead cult. The undead in Madara's hinterland did not have any fishing industry, so other than the fixed trade routes, there were not many ships in the Green Sea all year round, and very few people knew what happened on these islands. As for the passengers on the ships who strayed into this place because of storms or other reasons, they were either forced to become cultists, or most of them became sacrifices in a live sacrifice ceremony. On the main island of this archipelago, there was the most magnificent temple, and in the center of the temple stood the holy statue of Akin. But although the demon statue was tall and magnificent, it did not have much of a sense of holiness. The twisted and knotted muscles, long horns, gloomy and terrifying face, and the burrs on the hooves of the lower body gave people a gloomy and depressing feeling. A few tallow candles were burning in the hall, and the dim light intensified this feeling. The priests in black robes were all bowing their heads and praying to their master. A moment later, a huge pressure descended on the hall. "Lando, my servant, are you calling for me?" A dignified and sharp voice rang out in the hall, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Hearing this voice, all the believers in the hall prostrated themselves on the ground, and the priest in the lead quickly replied. "Yes, my respected master." "You better have a reason," Akin said in an unfriendly tone. "Master, I'll report the progress of the ceremony to you. We found the third sealing circle, but we'll need more sacrifices to destroy it. Almost all the people on the island have been gathered together, but there's still a big gap. However, I estimate that it'll take about 2 months, at most 3 months, before we can transport enough replacements from Tao Chica." Akin snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with the efficiency of his servants. Lando's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He could tell that his demon master wasn't in a good mood. If he couldn't satisfy him with what he was about to say, even if he didn't lose his life, he was going to have a hard time in the days to come. He hurriedly stuttered, "Honorable master, there's another matter." "Speak." "A ship has intruded into our waters. Yesterday, our patrol ship spotted this ship at the edge of the Green Sea. It seems to be coming for us. Isn't that perfect? The crew on the ship can be used as living sacrifices. Are you going to waste my time on such a small matter?" Akin said with disdain. No, I wouldn't dare do that, my respected master. It's just, cut the crap. Don't stutter." Lando was shocked, and he quickly answered, "That ship seems to belong to one of our own. The sails have the emblem of the church, but there is no flag." "The ship seems to have come from the Tokik route." "Tokik?" Akin's eyes flashed. "You didn't make contact with them?" "Well." Lando was sweating profusely. "My dear master, it's like this. I've already ordered the patrol fleet to stop them, but those idiots are useless fools. Hundreds of them were defeated by just a few people." "What, is there someone powerful on that ship?" "It's like this, my respected master. There are a few young people on that ship, and they are very troublesome." Akin pondered for a moment, then asked, "Are they humans? People of 9 Phoenix, crews, or Madara's dark nobles?" "Not Madara's dark nobles, my respected master. There are a few people of 9 Phoenix, and there seems to be someone from Erewhon." Akin closed his dark, empty eyes, then opened them again. He had already guessed who these uninvited guests were. Could it be that these people were here for it? He first felt a trace of panic. Of course, if he was in his original form, he wouldn't be afraid of Brando, but he obviously wouldn't be in such a half-dead state. His projection wouldn't be of any use in a battle of this level. If the enemy's target was him, then they had chosen to attack him at his weakest moment. It was hard for him not to panic. However, he quickly calmed down. He realized that the possibility of this was very small. His seal hadn't been fully opened, and the enemy couldn't possibly harm him through the seal. Even the Bugas and the divine people who sealed him back then didn't have this ability, let alone the weak mortals of this era. But could the enemy be here to strengthen the seal? It didn't look like it, Aiken thought to himself. He didn't see any wizards or similar characters in that group of people, and they were accompanied by a dragon. A dragon. This thought made Aiken realize that he might have found the truth of the matter. The enemy was here for the stagnation realm. I see, he thought to himself. At the same time, a dark thought appeared in his mind. A moment ago, he was still panicking over whether or not the enemy was here for him. But now, he began to realize the hidden opportunity. Very well, Aiken muttered to himself in the void. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to achieve my goal. Damn human bugs, you will regret your actions. If I succeed, I will reward you well. He especially emphasized the last few words. In the hall, Lando strangely found that the pressure that descended on the holy statue had disappeared. Clearly, their demon master had left. But this made the priest Dren feel a little confused. What should he do? The respected master did not give any orders and left without saying a word. Could it be that he was extremely dissatisfied with what he had done? But it didn't seem like it. As far as he knew, the Purgatory Lord was not a patient master. If he said something wrong, he would probably be punished on the spot. But what was the situation now? Not only Lando, but all the Sheepshead believers in the hall were confused. Someone asked in a low voice, "What do we do next, priest?" Well. Lando wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hesitated. It seems that our esteemed master isn't happy with us. We can't let that ship venture any deeper into the Green Sea. We have to stop them immediately. No. The sharp voice in the void rang again, interrupting Lando. You idiot, let them in. Revered master, I don't quite understand. You don't need to understand, Aiken replied coldly. Go complete your ritual of living sacrifice. But, no buts. Do as I say. The sharp voice once again disappeared in the hall, leaving the Sheepshead believers looking at each other. Chapter 1390. The little tail has disappeared. Allah's golden eyes retracted from the sea and said softly. The little female dragon spoke with an elegant tone. She turned her head to look at Brando, her eyes darting around, which made Brando feel overwhelmed. Ever since Allah's knew about his relationship with Delphian, her attitude had undergone a subtle change. This blatant hint made Brando feel a little excited, but at the same time very terrified. He did not hate this little female dragon, but this did not mean that he wanted the relationship between the two to go further. Because he felt that it had not reached that point yet. Allah's feelings for him were mixed with more curiosity, and he only regarded her as a mischievous little girl, although her personality was sometimes a little bad. But the dragon's possessiveness was very strong, and Brando knew this very well, which was the source of his headache. Although Allah's body had matured a lot after her coming-of-age ceremony, her figure had become taller, and even her originally flat chest had begun to develop into a smaller size, but no matter how one looked at it, it still made one feel like committing a crime. Dragons were very loyal to their partners, but Brando also knew that Allah's was more following her desires than her rational feelings. He did not want the two to be connected because of a purely physical relationship, and Delphian's incident had already given him a headache. So Brando avoided the little female dragon's gaze without a trace. Miss Delphian stood behind the two like a puppet, her expression indifferent. She turned a blind eye to the little female dragon's various little tricks in front of her and Brando's complicated thoughts. At this time, the Prime Minister's daughter behaved like a truly competent maid, ignoring her master's flirtatious thoughts. Although Brando hoped that she could stand up and say a few words at this time. Fortunately, as if sensing his thoughts, Delphian finally spoke at this time. I'm afraid that someone is plotting against us, my lord. What's wrong? Brendel finally broke away from the seductive atmosphere and turned around to ask. There was no one else on the deck. At this time, Huang Hua was practicing her swordsmanship every day, and Fang Qi rarely came to the deck. The two elven girls and Her Royal Highness the Nun Princess should be preparing dinner. As for Mr. Liu, he was most likely with his family's eldest daughter. He was asking about what happened not long ago. Since they took the Byzantine sailing ship from Tokike, it was expected that they would be attacked by the sheephead cult at sea. After all, they knew that this sea area was under the control of the sheephead cult. About 5 days ago, they found out that their ship was being tracked, and sure enough, within a day, the sheephead disciples came to kill them, but he taught these guys a profound lesson. In that battle, he sank 3 of their ships, and they were almost unscathed. He thought that these guys would stop for a while. It seemed to be the case 2 days ago, but it didn't take long for the sheephead disciples to appear on the route. Until tonight. Although it was said that the sheephead cult had no effect on them, not to mention these motley crew, even their leader here, the Lord of Purgatory, Akenta's avatar, did not pose any threat to Brando. However, there were always flies around him, and the buzzing sound was still annoying. Originally, Brando had planned to let the little female dragon Alaz teach these guys an unforgettable lesson, but he did not expect that at this time, the other party suddenly disappeared. Brando did not know if the other party realized that they had been discovered, or for some other reason, but suddenly the little tail behind them disappeared, which still made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this time, it was evening, and the sea at this time seemed to be a little flat like a mirror. But on the real sea, even if the wind was calm, there were still waves that were not low. The setting sun was divided by these waves, forming a pool of scattered golden light. The golden light reflected on Delphian's face, making the Prime Minister's daughter look particularly serious at this moment. The sheephead cult gathered here is nothing more than a plot to let the Lord of Purgatory, Akenta, return to Wonde. Therefore, the closer to the core area of the Green Sea, in theory, their control should be tighter, and they would never let a strange ship suddenly break into these core areas. The sheephead cult suddenly withdrew their surveillance on us. They must have other plans, but I don't think this is something they can decide. This matter is related to the resurrection of Akenta, and there is a projection of Akenta's avatar here. It is impossible for such a big matter not to go through the Lord of Purgatory, so, Delphian said until here, pausing for a moment before continuing to answer, I think, unless there is a great change on the island, such as a rebellion, or even something like the sudden fall of the Lord of Purgatory, the Lord of Purgatory must be plotting against us. Obviously, the latter is more likely. Brando also nodded and agreed. Akenta fought with the Lord of Purgatory in Tokik and suffered a big loss. He may have recognized us from the reports of these subordinates. Now he is obviously not the Lord's opponent, so he can only use some tricks. For example, Miss Delphian? It's not easy to guess. He may want to lead us to a certain place. If he is not strong enough, he can only think of a way on the battlefield. You mean he is preparing a trap? This is just a possibility. The Prime Minister's daughter glanced at him faintly. My lord, don't treat me as an omniscient and omnipotent god. After all, there are some things that I can't guess. Brando smiled embarrassedly. He straightened up, glanced at the sparkling golden sea, and said, in short, just be vigilant. The side of the ship was now hidden under the huge shadow of the sail. When Brando looked back, he saw the sailors busy on the deck. The sailors on this ship were originally sheepshead believers, so it was naturally impossible for him to take these people with him on the journey. Fortunately, they were prepared because they knew early on that most of the journey would be spent at sea, so Queen Madara had prepared undead sailors for them before they set off. These sailors were secondary undead summoned through the magic circle. Usually, they only needed to carry the summoning scrolls and materials with them, so there was no need to bring a large group of people with them. When using these sailors, Brando had to sigh that in addition to their inability to reproduce and their tendency to self-destruct, the undead were indeed superior to living beings in many aspects. By the way, why do you want to anchor here? Is this place close to the stagnation realm? Brando asked. It's the riddle of the emerald, my lord, Delphian corrected. The riddle itself is not complicated. It's just a simple substitution encryption. It's just that the characters used for encryption are very rare in 9 Phoenix. I think it should be an ancient language of the Hazel people. Not many people in won't understand this language. She paused, but I just learned a little about it. Miss Delphine, is there anything you don't know? A lot, all the knowledge that I don't know. That's almost the same as not saying anything, Brando thought. But Delphine seemed to see through his thoughts and replied, this sentence was said by the third keeper of the Silver Library of the Bugas. I think it's one of the few truths in this world, my lord. Okay, I understand. Then let's go back to the original topic. Brando realized that it was difficult for him to out-talk the Prime Minister's daughter, so he changed the topic, and then? I think this encryption itself was added by a Hazel person later. The complicated thing is the content of the riddle itself after solving it. Get to the point, Miss Delphine. It's a set of calculations to calculate the relative position of the 12 moons and won't. Through this set of calculations, I can only calculate the place we are now at, which is the sea we see now, here. Brando was surprised. That means we've arrived? Yes. The Prime Minister's daughter nodded. Brando looked around. There was nothing above the sparkling sea, no land, no islands, not even the slightest bit of reef. But there's nothing here, Alaz said first. Because the Witch King is still below the horizon, Miss Alaz. You mean we have to wait for the tide to ebb? Alaz asked, but this is the middle of the ocean, I can't see any reefs under the water. Are you sure you're not wrong, human woman? The Prime Minister's daughter glanced at the little female dragon, but did not say anything. Brendel felt a sense of unease rising between the two of them, and he quickly waved his hand. All right, stop arguing. It's only 2 to 3 hours until the Shaman King's throne rises. Since those annoying flies have already left, why don't we wait here for a while? Alaz snorted softly in dissatisfaction, and did not speak again. The day on the sea seemed to be longer than on land, but even so, after a simple dinner on the ship, the sun sank below the sea level. In the last part of the day, the surface of the sea changed color rapidly under the sunlight. It changed from a heavy golden color to an intoxicating deep red like wine, and finally to purple. When the purple surface of the sea was gradually replaced by blue and dark blue, until a pitch-black color emerged from the depths, the sky above the sea was already studded with twinkling stars. Brando informed everyone of the news he got from Delphine, so after dinner, everyone came to the deck, including the unexpected passengers on the ship, the half-elf sisters. Everyone gathered on the deck, waiting for the Witch King's throne to rise. Not long after, a thin layer of fog appeared on the sea. Occasionally, fog would appear out of thin air on the sea, but for it to appear out of nowhere on such a sunny day was still surprising. The little female dragon originally wanted to criticize, but seeing this scene, she could not help but feel suspicious. Speaking of which, Fang Qi leaned against the side of the ship and looked at the rising fog that gradually shrouded the entire sea. He couldn't help but ask, where exactly is this place? We have already passed the so-called Holy Land of Atuk 3 days ago, right? That is only the northern end of the sacred land, Mr. Fang Qi. Princess Magadal was very familiar with this because they had been discussing it almost every day these days. The sacred land of Atuk is a triangular area in this sea, with the main island of Dino and 2 other islands as the fulcrum. This should be the Benazi Sea, and the locals call it the Lunar Gorge. Lunar Gorge? Fang Qi was puzzled. I think it's more like the Fog Gorge. Mr. Brando, there you are. At this moment, Lotus of the half-elf sisters suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 1391. That's the Sorcerer King's throne. Magadal exclaimed. Everyone looked in the direction that Lotus was pointing at, only to see the moon of the sword named Tedessa slowly rising above the pitch-black sea. The moon of swords was the smallest but brightest of the 12 moons. At this moment, the silver moonlight was passing through the thin fog, making the fog on the sea appear milky. The moonlight sprinkled on the sails and the sides of the ship, bathing everyone in the silver moonlight. Delphian, who was standing in the crowd, suddenly felt extraordinarily peaceful at this moment. For some reason, she thought of the witch named Kroll. And at the 7:00 direction of the Moon of Swords, in the southeastern sky of Wonde, the Sorcerer King's throne made up of 17 stars was emitting an even brighter light amidst the little girl's crisp exclamation. The next moment, the clear light fell from the sky like a sharp sword. It fell on the sea, parted the heavy fog, and plowed a wide channel on the dark sea surface. Ah! Faced with the strange scene, even the usually calm Phoenix will let out a low cry. This is the moon's channel. Brando's eyes reflected the clear light of the Moon of Swords, sparkling. The Sorcerer King's throne is the beginning of the witches. When they sailed on the magic sea, they used the light of the 12 moons to guide the way. I didn't expect this legend to be true. My lord is so knowledgeable. Delphian looked at Brando with some surprise. I've only heard some rumors about this legend from Lady Kroll. When I was calculating the formula of the mystery of the emerald, I occasionally thought of this matter. In fact, before this, I didn't dare to confirm that the route to the stagnation realm would really appear in such a way. This human is really suspicious. Alaz also glanced at Brendel with dissatisfaction and said in a childish voice, the channel of the many moons is also one of the most confidential in the knowledge inheritance of the dragon race. Even the Bugas have never figured out how the witches built Bunasong in the Sea of Magic at that time. Humph, don't tell me you got this document from the Silver Folk again? Brando suddenly felt something was wrong and coughed heavily. There is also a moon's channel on the sea between Eloranta and the 10 cities. It can lead to an ancient ruin of the World Tree. The Druids know this very well. Really? Why don't I know about it? The little female dragon doubted. Of course, I assure you. Brando added in his heart. It's just that the channel hasn't been discovered in this era. In the game, this waterway was only known to the players after the Year of the Swift, and it had only been opened 3 times in total. Okay. He saw that Alaz was about to say something and hurriedly interrupted the suspicious little female dragon. Raise the anchor. This channel will only last for less than half an hour before and after the Witch King enters the Moon of Swords. We must hurry. The little female dragon snorted. Delphian was even more surprised because this was exactly the same as her calculation. The undead sailors were very efficient. Less than 5 minutes after Brando gave the order, the sailors raised the anchor and set the sail. There was not much wind on the sea, but an invisible current pushed the ship forward and slowly slid into the channel under the command of Brando. After entering the moon's channel, the fog on both sides of the channel began to thicken. The milky white fog gradually rose and became like a cloud wall. This scene reminded Huanghua, Fang Qi, and the others of the scene when they encountered the lost names when they were in the Swanee Strait. However, Brando told everyone that this was just pure sea fog. But if they deviated from the channel and entered the fog, they would soon leave the moon's channel and return to the sea where they started. The ship traveled for about a quarter of an hour on this empty waterway. This time, in addition to the time wasted before entering the waterway, was exactly half an hour as Brendel predicted. At this time, the Shaman King's throne had already passed through the Moon of Swords and entered the 10:00 direction of the Moon of Swords. At this time, the scenery on the sea changed again. Everyone on the ship saw that in the southeast of the Witch King's throne, there was an orange moon rising on the sea. This moon was slightly bigger than the Moon of Swords, Tedessa, and the shadow on the moon was clearly visible. The golden sea of the Moon of Eternal Darkness. Princess Magadal said in surprise. She had systematically studied astronomy when she was in cruise. Of course, she knew that the golden sea would not appear in the first half of the night during the season. At this time, Delphian, who was behind them, did not say a word. She frowned as if she was calculating something. Alaz was extremely dissatisfied with this annoying human woman. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she did not expect Brando to stop her. Don't disturb her, she's calculating the channel. I thought this human woman would have calculated it a long time ago. What has she been doing these days? This is not the same, Alaz. Brando sighed. You know, the Golden Sea will not appear in the first half of the night during the season. This is not the real Golden Sea. No, to be exact, this is the real Golden Sea, not the projection we saw on the Magic Sea in Wonde. Normal people would not be able to see such a scene. Before coming here, this route could not be calculated. This is what the druids told you? The little female dragon raised her eyebrows. Probably. Brando said half-heartedly. I see, Huang Hua said as if she had understood something. This is the most difficult part of the mystery of the emerald. If we did not have Miss Delphian, even if we found this place, we would never be able to enter the realm of stagnation, right? Of course, otherwise why would I have proposed to work with Miss Delphian? Fang Qi snorted. Miss Delphian is a true genius, but some people do not know it. As he said this, he looked at Brando maliciously. Brando pretended that he did not see it. At this time, he knew that this Prime Minister's daughter was definitely worthy of the title of genius. When the players first entered this channel, they used auxiliary means, but this Prime Minister's daughter not only calculated by force, but also seemed to be calculating mentally. This ability was a little too terrifying. Miss Delphian is indeed a rare woman. Mr. Liu also agreed and looked at Brando with some admiration. He did not know the inside story. He only thought that Brando's personal charm was so outstanding that even such an outstanding woman was dead set on him. Brando could not explain and could only remain silent. After a short while, Delphian looked up and said, "Take the channel between the Witch King's throne and the moon of eternal darkness. The angle is 17 degrees. Brando immediately passed down the order. The ship began to change direction. At this time, he turned back to look at the Prime Minister's daughter. Obviously, the complicated calculation had taken a toll on her. Delphian frowned slightly. Her face was pale under the moonlight, and fine beads of sweat could be seen on her forehead. He knew that at this time, if this Prime Minister's daughter deliberately set a wrong angle, they would immediately be expelled from this channel. The moon channel was very special. The same person could only enter this place once a year, and such a huge calculation error was normal. Even if Delphian was wrong, they could not blame her. But he did not know why, but when he saw the Prime Minister's daughter's calm purple eyes, he subconsciously chose to believe her. When the ship parted the surface of the sea and headed towards the intersection between the Shaman King's throne and the Golden Sea, a strange scene appeared on the surface of the sea. The layers of fog suddenly parted, and their original route disappeared into the fog. A brand new route appeared before them. Most of the people on the ship were shocked speechless. Princess Magadal muttered to herself, "This is really an unpredictable power." "Look," Lotus said in surprise, "isn't that the Sheep's Head Island?" Unlike her cold-faced elder sister, the little girl leaned on the side of the ship and looked at the scene in front of her curiously. She pointed at a shadowy island in the distance in the fog and shouted. Even the cracked glasses on her face almost fell into the sea. Had it not been for the little sprite on her shoulder, she would have fallen into the sea with her quick reflexes. "Thank you, Mr. Lute." "You're welcome. But be careful, falling into the sea is not a joke." Lute replied. "I'll be careful." Lotus replied, but she did not seem to be afraid at all. Instead, it was her stern-faced sister who came over and pulled her back. At this time, the others also noticed the island that the half-elf girl was talking about. "The outline really does look like the Sheep's Head Island," Phoenix was said in surprise, "but didn't we pass by that area 2 days ago? Have we been going in circles in this area for the past 2 days?" "I don't think so," Princess Magadal said with a frown. "I think it's because of the strange power here." Brando nodded, surprised by the nun princess's keen observation. "That's more or less the case. We are no longer in the prime material plane of Wonde. The moon's channel is a very special area, and it is said that it has some connection with the Sea of Magic. So we can assume that the space here is twisted, and it may be connected in all directions. The Sheep's Head Island that we see is just one of its exits. If we sail in that direction, will we reach the Sheep's Head Island? Maybe, but it's also possible that we will reach a mirror world of Woned. Brando recalled the player's encounter and replied, "That world is empty, but it looks exactly like Woned." You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.